Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Chapter 1. A Measly Despair. Putting your life at stake. I learned that it was a very difficult thing to do. Be it work, sports, hobbies, gambling. The subject matters not, but in modern-day Japan it's very difficult to accomplish something after having lost everything. Livelihood, funds, society, other people, your body, they all get in the way. I skipped school, and even as an adult I did not work much. All I did was trying to aim for the top. I literally bet everything except for the bare minimum such as meals, sleep and excretions were dedicated to it. World's rank 1, and this is the result. The pinnacle among millions of people. Really, really exhilarating. What a pleasant sensation. I felt as if all my efforts, all of my life was finally rewarded. The world's rank 1, recognized by everyone in this planet, the same as the presence of God, giving everyone a sense of awe. The strongest existence, the summit in all history, the one who never allowed defeat. That is me. That is the result of my life. That is everything in my life. The rank 1 in the world ladder of the virtual reality MMORPG Mobius Online. Everything I ever did became history. Being lost in a daze would be exactly like this. The other day, my main character 7 was hacked. Not only my character, but everything from backups to personal data. I wasn't the only victim in this attack. From what I heard, around 3,000 other players were affected. And what's more, those were the top 3,000 players. The culprit was already caught. He too was one of the top players, and it seems, according to him, that it all started from simply jealousy and turned into a crime. Hacking the character data of 3,000 players can't be done by someone with such a light-hearted excuse as simply jealousy. It was the obsessive work of a deviant, but the media and general public seemed to think lightly of this. Well then, this was the announcements from Mobius Online operators following the incident. It is impossible to recover the affected characters. As compensation, the affected players will get preferential billing treatment at the time of creating a new character. Gastric juices flowed through my throat as I vomited, trembling with rage and feelings of emptiness. But how about the other players? The public opinion was in favor of Mobius too, saying Mobius management were also victims, and even in online forums they were saying stuff like Mobius' response is a reasonable one. On Twitter and YouTube, famous personalities whose characters were erased got crazy and rampaged, spreading rumors against the development company after that notice was announced. However, with time, the fuss died out and the Mobius hacking case was completely extinguished. You got to be kidding me. I got no motivation left. I can't think of anything left to do. All I could do was sigh. I haven't eaten anything but water in the last 3 days. The world's rank 1 would never come back. All right. Well, I can't keep being like this all the time. I cleaned my knees of the breadcrumbs that lied on the ground and stood up. Let's die. Chapter 2. Subcharacter, Alt A. By the time I noticed, I was in Mobius Online. I was in the middle of the main street, Winston, right in front of the grocery store Icicle, that I often used. These medieval European-styled streets that I've seen so many times. To be honest, I never thought I'd see this scenery spreading before me again, this world of magic and swords. Anyway, no matter how many times I see this, I really love it. It gives me the feeling like I'm home. But just when did I log back in? Hey, you're in the way. Don't just zone out right in front of my store. From behind me, I heard the voice of the poster girl, Ice-chan. It's the familiar tone of a famous voice actor. But I've never heard this line before. Was there an update I wasn't aware of? Excuse me. Did you need something from my store? When I turned around, surprise could be seen in Ice-chan eyes and her attitude swiftly turned meek. Looking closely, her cheeks also were thinly dyed in a slight crimson color. Oh, how cute. I involuntarily spoke my thought aloud. But this is nice. Extremely nice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a godly update. WWH, what are you talking about? Geez. After that, the blushed Ice-chan turned around looking ashamed and went right inside the store. What an incredible behavior. It seems like, in the time since I haven't logged in, some sort of popularity system was implemented. This is a nice addition, stupid developers. It seems that thanks to this, the number of players is increasing. The market seems quite, just now, exclamation mark. I saw my reflection in the window of the grocery store. As expected, it's not the same. It's not 7. This is second, huh? I muttered as I touched my cheeks, confirming it was my face. At the same time I created my main character 7. I created the alt character second. This one was to serve as a bank character with 0 experience, one I never bothered leveling up. Unblemished white skin, bluish black hair and silver-colored eyes. A transcendental handsome avatar shaped using the limited time avatar change billing service was reflected in the window showing a surprised expression. I see, so it's like this. I then remembered the last time I logged out was in front of this store, since the inventory of my main character got full while buying industrial amounts of mochi rice for the New Year's event. I think I used this guy too and just left him here. A fucking huge sigh leaked. I was stupid for even considering for a moment that I had recovered 7. My 7, the world's rank 1, no longer exists anywhere. I went over it over and over again, and just by recalling it I feel like crying. It's useless. I don't think I can bring myself to start over again in Mobius. I'll just log out. I can't log out. Or rather, I can't even open the menu screen. Is it a bug? For now, should I just press the emergency stop button and return to the real world? Wait a moment. I see. So that's it. There is no real world. How did I even forget? That's right. I already died. Chapter 3 The Best World. Then why am I in Mobius? This is weird. What's the meaning of this? Is it that the world after death is Mobius Online? Such a delicious argument. That's when I noticed it. I feel like I was wishing for something just before I died. What was it? Oh, yeah. If I remember correctly, I wish I was born in the game's world. It was something like that. Dying words as pathetic as me. But, would it be alright to say they became true? It is true, right? Considering Ice-chan's human-like lines that were nothing like an NPC, it makes sense. If that's true, then? If that's true, this is the best. The best. Beyond the best. Thank you. I forgot about myself. I crazily danced for about an hour, while producing weird sounds. It meant that much to me. This was the happiest moment in my life. More even than when I finally reached the world first rank. Dozens more, hundreds more than that. I was 1,000 times happier. As expected, I did get tired. Looking at my status, my SP, stamina points, were 0. I thought I wasn't moving around much, but then I remembered this character hasn't leveled up, so its stats are still at the initial value. A natural result. However, this is my first time experiencing getting tired and out of breath in Mobius. Truly a new sensation. Truly interesting. Truly, with this, my tension rises up. I finally came to the game's world. Get him. Don't resist. People in armor held me down just as I was about to start dancing again. What's happening? Are you sure it's him? Why yeah, he's being a nuisance in front of my store. Please take him away. Looking towards the grocery store, there stood the poster girl Ice-chan looking down on me with contempt in her eyes. Who the hell are you? Probably a knight. The NPC asked me. No, right now it's not an NPC but a person, right? At any rate, I have no choice but to answer. What's your problem? Oh, right, I am. Take him. Ow. It hurts. Ouch. It hurts, but it feels so refreshing. With those thoughts in my mind, I was arrested by the Third Night Order. Third Night Order of the Castle Kingdom. Well, saying it in simple terms, they are like the police. Why were you doing something like that? Inside the night station, I was put under investigation. I got a little excited. Regaining my composure, I answered a little embarrassed. Facing me was the dignified figure of a female knight with wonderful platinum blonde hair. She's cute, or rather, beautiful. But I've never seen an NPC like her. Does that mean, is she a person unique to this world? You, By the way you dress, are you a noble? What house do you belong to? Why were you alone? Where are your attendants? No, I'm not a noble. You'll get no special privileges in our third night order. Breaking the law is a crime. No matter who. And crimes are evil. It is our duty to judge evil and protect the good citizens. No, like I said, I'm not a noble. Spit it out. Wicked noble. We're already looking into it. Ah, it's useless. I can't communicate with this person. Silence, huh? I see. In that case you leave me no choice. Along with a metallic sound, the female knight in front of me unsheathed her short sword from her waist. Are you kidding me? Hey, wait. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. So please. HMPH, that's what you should have done from the beginning. Wow. She's really angry. Or rather, isn't this overkill already? If this were to happen in Japan, this would surely cause a march in protest. Or can it be that this is the way police do interrogations? Nah. Let's stop thinking about it. The quickest way to get released is to admit my mistake and properly apologize. My name is Second. I'm an adventurer. Lies. What do you want me to say? No use. I got crushed right from the get-go. Those clothes of yours, they are tailor-made, not something an adventurer would wear. I'm sure they are quite expensive. I see, so it's because of my gear. They are certainly not as great as my main characters, but I had this guy dressed in rare clothes to make him look better. So that's the reason I'm being mistaken for a noble. This is bad. The conflict between the Third Night Order and the nobles was a well-known story in the game. So that's her position. She's like a policewoman with an overflowing sense of justice, tired of the corrupt politicians and other corrupt policemen, so to speak, watching the misdeeds of the nobles with her very eyes, cornering them several times in the name of justice, only to take pressure from the upper echelons and have her investigation crushed. I'm starting to think she is like that. Just why do you think I became a knight? Something like that, right? In any case, I can tell she extremely hates nobles. And right now, I'm dressed as a noble. This is bad indeed. Come on, spit it. What are you scheming? It was at that moment, along with the loud noise of the interrogation room's door opening violently, an old knight with a good physique entered. Sylvia, you complete moron. Yuk, with a dull sound, he hit the head of the female knight, and then lowered his head towards me. Please forgive this idiot's rude behavior. I'll do the questioning instead. Oh, okay. The female knight called Sylvia, left the room groaning and holding her head with a teary face. It looked quite painful. Well then, my apologies. You are suspected of willingly obstructing a business. First of all, please briefly state your identity and occupation. The old man then opened his mouth as if nothing had happened. Good. At least it seems like I can properly speak with this person. My name is Second. I'm Twin, 17 years old. Adventurer. The truth would be Shikairu Sate, 23 years old, unemployed, single, but in this character's status, he is 17, so I answered so. I wonder if he'll believe I'm an adventurer. In Mobius, players who set up to travel across the world are called adventurers. I see. Witnesses said you were dancing and giving off strange sounds in front of Icicle. Why were you doing such a thing? I got a little excited. I'm sorry. So, you admit it. What was your purpose? I forgot I was in front of the store. I did it for no particular reason. Somehow, this is incredibly pathetic. This made me aware that this is already a proper society. It's useless to think of it as a game forever. I see. Then, do you claim that you didn't intentionally interfered with the store? Yes. Understood. Then, I will speak to the other party about this. Can I have you take a drug test in the meantime? Why yes. How embarrassing. After that, I came to a settlement with the store owner of Icicle, and after paying the money I was cleared of charges and released. I'll never forget the kindness of the shop owner who told me buy something at our store next time after I apologized and lowered my head many times. But still, was that really okay? I muttered, looking at the mountain of gold in my inventory. My current money is approximately 2 billion CL. In my opinion, that's not a huge amount, and the settlement money was only 150,000 CL. 150,000 CL. If my memory serves me right, with that amount of money you can't even afford to buy gear on the level of this gear. Doesn't make me look like a noob. Oh, By the way, I changed from the nice rare clothes that made me look like a noble right after leaving the night station. Right now, I'm wearing some dark brown leather gear that I bought in a shop in the city. Head, chest, legs, hands and shoes. Those 5 pieces had a combined cost of 2.3 million CL. I'm not sure whether they were expensive or cheap. Right, I need to investigate the value of money as soon as possible. Oh, while thinking such things, my stomach went all making sounds. All right, let's get something good to eat. I guess the easiest way to understand is to know the cost of each meal and the cost of a night's stay. I walked along the main street and entered the liveliest inn in the kingdom's capital. How much is it per night? I asked the girl in the reception, but she just stood there looking at me with her mouth open without saying a thing. Excuse me? Sorry. A night's stay, was it? She was acting strange and her cheeks were dyed in embarrassment. I feel like Ice-chan was also like this before. Is there something wrong with me? It's 7,000 CL per night with meals at morning and evening. 4,000 CL for the room alone. After a while, she finally told me the price. So cheap. Then the full body gear I bought for 2.3 million CL was actually a luxury product. Well, I already paid for it. You lose if you care. Well, 5 nights with meals included, please. Yes, right away. The girl at the reception nodded with a delighted expression and handed me the key to a room. At that time, our hands touched a little and her face blushed as red as a tomato, and reminding me that I was virgin. I too blushed a little. My doubts are increasing. While tilting my head, I checked the room I'll be staying today. It's fairly wide. A lantern is used as a light source. The bed is so-so. Seems like the toilet is communal. I'm not worried about the bath, since there's a bathhouse on the first floor. I went down to the first floor again and decided to have an early dinner in the busy bar. I sat in the counter and ordered this store's specialty, a hamburger. While I waited for my order, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. The sound of whisperings and the stares. I see. I totally stick out like a sore thumb. I feel the gaze from the various customers in the crowded tavern, especially the passionate gazes of the women. Now my suspicions turned to conviction. It's my avatar. This is the result of choosing the transcendental good looks from the limited time billing avatar. Being a simple game character, nobody spares a glance inside the game, but the story is completely different when we're talking about the real world, with real people. I wonder what this is. This incredible feeling. The incredible and pleasant feeling that this body is no longer just one of a game's character gives me a shiver along my back. My smile unintentionally escaped. The world of Mobius Online. In this place, my efforts will not be wasted. This is the best scenario. Only for me, who has nothing left. What's the point of trying your best in a net game? What's good about being the world's rank 1 in a simple game? Leave those games and return to reality. Come on, let's go to school instead. It's about time you properly work. What do you plan on doing for your future? Those were arguments I kept on hearing, and they made the dissatisfaction in my heart that grow bigger and bigger. But right now, my whole world has been overturned. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I couldn't help but to laugh out loud. I've decided I'll become the world's rank 1, once again. Arc 1 Female Knight Arc. Chapter 4 Realistic Experience Earning Hidden Tricks of the Early Game. Arc. Lifting my throbbing and aching head due to the hangover, I looked around the room. I was taken by the spur of the moment last night. It wasn't good that I drank alcohol, which I wasn't accustomed to, even under the cause of celebrating my reincarnation in a different world. This is not a game anymore. This is reality. So of course I'd get a hangover. The time is, from what I can tell by the sunshine coming through the window, I suppose around 10 o'clock. Oh, that's right. An idea suddenly popped up and I took a detoxification potion I had stocked in my inventory. It's a really small bottle just as big as a thumb. I drank it in one go. It feels pleasantly invigorating. So, alcohol is treated as poison. It seems like I need to investigate which details are different from when this was an online game. Right now, I really have no idea. You might wonder, why do I need to do something so bothersome? Well, that is because from today onwards, I plan to become the world's #1. Well, I'll think about my plans for the future while I eat breakfast. After years of being by myself, I muttered to myself out of habit. Then I went downstairs to the first floor. Oh, hello Second-san. Are you here for lunch? Is it noon already? Yeah, that's right. Rice curry, please. One moment, please. After the awfully friendly waitress took my order, I went and seated at the counter. I became immersed in my thoughts. For the moment, my first challenge will be to acquire essential skills. In Mobius, these are a number of skills that are also called mandatory. If you can't master them, rather than an adventurer, you will be called a beginner. Therefore, my first priority will become earning experience. The game of Mobius consists mainly in a system based in experience gaining. You need experience to learn skills, and your cumulative experience value improves your stats. Your stats increase at the time of earning experience, and the required experience to learn a skill is approximately equal to the one needed to rank up said skill. The rate at which you learn skills and rank them up depends on the growth type of your character, decided at the time of creation. The way to earn experience is simple, either to defeat monsters or to successfully complete quests. The skills include a wide range of close combat fighting techniques, long-range fighting techniques, magic skills and production skills. Each skill has a rank from 16th to 1st, and furthermore, they are divided in grades, from the 1st to the 9th grade. Moreover, there's a special rank called title beyond that, but I think it's useless to think about it right now. Of course, a large amount of experience is needed to raise the rank of skills. Oh, speaking of which, I opened the status window while I ate my curry. As expected, the growth type of second is the same one as 7. All-rounder. For an all-rounder, the stats growth from gaining experience is uniform all across, so some say it's not ideal for the world's strongest. Oh well, since I aim for the world's top rank by raising all the skills, I can say the all-rounder who can max out all stats is overwhelmingly better than the specialized type, where only some stats increase sharply. The trade-off is that it's painfully difficult in the beginning. That being the case, I got no choice but to use that method. Saying thanks for the meal, I returned the empty curry dish, and after paying the meal fee, I left the tavern. My destination was the biggest potion shop in the capital section. Can I have some detox purifying high healing potions please? Huh? The store clerk was stunned, with a face that said, I don't understand what you are saying. Excuse me, I know it's rude, but they are extremely expensive. How many do you have? Currently, 630. All right. Then I'll take them all. Right away. The clerk nodded as he turned around with surprise showing in his eyes, and went to the back of the store. Probably he went to get them from the stock. They are double strength and high potions with detox, purifying and healing effect. Each one was 120,000 CL. 120,000 CL times 630 pieces equals 75,600,000 CL. It's not a big amount. It's a little discouraging that he only had 630 pieces, but I suppose it can't be helped. Thank you very much for waiting. I confirmed the items and thanked the clerk who brought the 630 potions while sweating. There's no issue with them. I paid the lump sum of cash, packed the potions in my inventory, and then left the store section. Well then, wondering what I'll do with these high-end potions? This was called DK strategy in Mobius. It was an almost rule-breaking way to easily earn large amounts of experience in the early stages of the game. The DK strategy was a method of earning experience devised by referring to a trick that was present in an old 8-bit game called Dinosaur Quest that consisted in throwing an item that gave a fixed amount of damage to an enemy that had a high evasion rate in order to defeat it. I'm not sure who was the weirdo who discovered this, but as a matter of fact, the potion that combines the effects of detox, purifying and healing deals a fixed damage to undead-type monsters. The detox, purifying, high healing potions plus I bought today give a fixed amount of damage to an undead, that being 1,200 damage. That amount of damage is enough to knock off the HP of the intermediate monsters called Viper Zombie, which give a comparatively juicy amount of experience among the undead types. In simple terms, by throwing this thing on a viper zombie, even a beginner can kill it. It's wonderfully easy, quick and efficient way to earn experience, but this method was only done by ant characters of some lazy people. The reason being, it costs a lot of money. In order to earn the experience needed to get the skills and stats of what one could call a mid-level character using the decay strategy, one would need at least 10,000 pieces of this potion. In total, that's 1.2 billion CL. The only ones able to prepare such large amount of money were those who had a main character. In addition to that, the amount of experience earned when defeating monsters varies depending on the amount of accumulated experience a character has. In other words, the experience value obtained from a weak monster becomes less and less as your accumulated experience grows. That means, if you become stronger than the zombie viper by raising your accumulated experience to the point it becomes a small fry, this decay strategy becomes meaningless. Therefore, the decay strategy is quite excellent, unless you cared about money, as an early game experience earning method, but it can't get you past the mid-levels. But in the end, this is nothing more than a trick to get stronger as quickly as possible. To think that the day I do this would come. In front of me was a large cavern behind the mine that was 2 hours away by horse from the capital. This was supposed to be a famous hunting ground, but there was not a single soul in sight. Probably, the decay strategy hasn't been discovered yet in this world. Or is it that the potion is too expensive for anybody to try it? Or maybe the number of beginners is too low? It's a mystery, but the fact that I have this place all for myself remains. Lucky. After advancing for a while, I noticed something. The inside of the cave was strangely dark when compared to the time this was a game. Taking out from the inventory the lantern I bought from the general store, I advanced while holding it in my left hand. Because I bought the highest price lantern, the insides of the cave got quite brighter. Wow, there it was. Finally found it. Wriggling viper zombies. It was a disgusting monster similar to a snake with a length of over 1 meter. The rotting smell was hideous. Even their sticky mucus as they rubbed against each other made a terrible sound, to say nothing of their appearance. They truly had the very worst appeal to my 5 senses. I want to get this over quickly, so I sneaked up on my target and threw the potions, one at a time. With a bajoo sound, one you wouldn't expect coming from this potion, the viper zombies evaporate one after the other, dying instantaneously. This somehow feels good. After wiping clean the place, I moved to the next hunting ground. When I came back to the first hunting place, the enemies had respawned, so I repeatedly wiped them out back and forth. Then, without taking any breaks, I diligently kept throwing the potions until I finally threw all 630 pieces. The amount of experience I earned, well, let's give it a passing mark. Like this, it seems like I'll be able to get all the essential skills soon, and rank them up a little. Crap, is the sun setting already? As I came out of the cave, the sun was barely visible. It was darker than I expected. Moreover, I can't find the horse I just bought. I became uneasy since it was quite expensive. Boohian. Or so I thought. Because the black horse blended quite well with its surroundings, I couldn't see it at first. Oh, good boy, 7th Teo. You got it hard with your black mane, but say something sooner. Right. Then, I suddenly remembered. Since I got a decent amount of experience, I decided to acquire the horse riding skill. The condition to acquire it has already been cleared since I've been riding a horse for more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, I ranked it up from 16th to 9th class all at once. Acceleration, precision, and jump stability is increased by the 9th class. Because the amount of required experience is small, it's common sense for most people to stop at the 9th class in the early stages of the game. Alright, let's return home, 7th Teo. I rushed on my journey back, mounting 7th Teo. The road from the mines to the capital is one I've taken back and forth many times since the beta version of the game, so I could even do it with my eyes closed. After a while, I got to see the street lamps. The capital at last. Let's quickly eat and drink, then sleep after taking a bath. Stop. Who the hell are you? Oh god. I have a bad feeling. Chapter 5 Decisive Differences. Stop. Who the hell are you? As I approached the capital, I heard a dignified voice of a woman, which sounded familiar to me. If I remember correctly, she was that slightly dumb knight. Sylvia, was it? Ah, thanks for yesterday. I greeted her after dismounting from my horse. It's somewhat embarrassing. Are you that second guy from yesterday? What are you doing this late at night? It seems like Sylvia remembered me. Also, she seems to be a little softer in how she speaks to me, just a little though. Most likely she was scolded by her boss. I went to the mine just a bit. Mine, you say? You? What on earth were you doing there? She said with doubt in her eyes. I see. Indeed, that's a questionable thing for someone like me to do. Seems like the police in the capital properly do their job. Earning experience. There's a large cave behind the mine. Punk. You truly love to tell lies. Are you gonna tell me that you bothered to go to such a dangerous place to defeat monsters? Nonsense. Yeah? I really don't get her. What do you mean? I think the viper zombies there are a pretty tasty prey. I see, I get it. You obviously lack common sense. Or maybe you got a screw loose, said the female knight in a condescending tone. I want to punch her. No, wait. Did she say dangerous place a moment ago? I got a sudden premonition. Could it be? Hey, can I ask you something? What? After asking Sylvia, she nodded, although incredibly reluctant. There are 21 dungeons, right? The best part, the real thrill of Mobius, the dungeons, had a total number of 21. All the players challenged them. And in order to conquer them easily and find faster routes, information was exchanged. What are you talking about? There are currently 19 dungeons found. I knew it. That means how many of them have been conquered? The conquered ones are 13, obviously. Wow. You kidding me? Got it, thanks. Can I go now? Hurry and go away. I took the horse to the inn while being bathed in Sylvia's "what a weird guy" gaze from behind. I see. I got a rough understanding. In this world, death really means death, although I take it for granted now. 5 minutes ago I probably would have laughed it off. No. This is no laughing matter. That means there are few people who bother taking deadly risks in order to become stronger, because dying really means game over. And right now, information that should be unknown unless you risk your life tens of thousands of times, is something that I possess. So, in other words, ha 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 ha. I can't stop laughing. The world's first place. I might be able to reach it faster than I thought. Chapter 6 Required Skills. Morning came. I got up in a quite refreshed mood and had breakfast at the bar. My plan was to go to the library today. Royal Great Library, aka Kamakit. Maybe it is no such alias in this world. Why was it called Kamakit? You might wonder. It is to do with Mobius' skill acquisition system. There are 2 main conditions for acquiring skills. The first one is to read skill book. The second one is to complete that skills quest. The former is a condition for many of the basic skills, while the latter is a condition for many of the derivative skills. And, the Royal Great Library has many of these skill books. You should already be guessing it. When beginners from the Castle Kingdom come to the royal capital Winston, they visit the Royal Great Library and read all the skill books. Well, even if I say read, the condition is satisfied by just flipping through the pages, so you can just go to the shelf on the far right and go through all the skill books one by one around the bookshelf. Because many beginners and alt characters form a line and silently do that, it is said that the situation became similar to that of the Kamakit, and thus, the alias was attached. Some people even went as far as to make signboards of the line ends here, and others too played along yelling stuff like "now has been sold out." Ah, those were indeed good times. While being reminiscent of the past, I arrived at the Royal Library. After paying the entrance fee, I went inside. Going to the rightmost shelf, I immediately started my pilgrimage. The ones I got this time, the 2 basic skills of each short-range combat and long-distance combat, attack magic of the 4 elements first form, plus pistol magic and some quality of life and production skills. There are 9 types of combat skills, which are pawn, soldier, fuu, lance, kyaosho, knight, heimer, silver general, silver, jinzu, gold general, gold, kinzu, bishop, kakuju, rook, hisha, promoted bishop, dragon horse, ryuma, and promoted Rook, Dragon King, Reus. The 4 basic skills that I'll be learned this time are Soldier Swordsmanship, Lance Swordsmanship, Soldier Archery, and Lance Archery. Soldier is a normal attack skill, while Lance is a penetrating attack. Next is Attack Magic, but that is simple since it only has 4 attributes: Fire, Water, Wind and Earth. All the books here are only for the first form for the 4 attributes. The magic books for the second form and third form can be found in the Royal Magic Academy. Afterwards, the 4th form can be earned as a reward for capturing a dungeon, and the magic book for the 5th form can be obtained after completing a hidden quest. Additionally, there's a magic that has the ability to grant an extra effect to equipment. That one is called bestowal magic. In the early stages it is barely visible, but in the late game it exerts tremendous effects. This is one thing you must absolutely remember to take. Lastly, quality of life skills and production skills are quite useful. Potion mixing, alchemy, transmutation, blacksmithing and so on. I won't be able to make use of them in the early stages, but I'll learn them since I'm here and they are skill I will need later on. Well, that's how it is. I finished reading all the books and learned the skills I wanted. It didn't even take half an hour. I hurried and left the library. As for the future, the order in which I'll prioritize leveling my skills will be archery, swordsmanship, magic, summoning magic. I learn experience while safely attacking from a long distance, then solidify my stance with damage-efficient and easy-to-use swordsmanship, and prepare a trump card for those tough opponents with high firepower magic. As for summoning magic, my avatar is the reason why I'll try to raise it at this relatively early stage. Along with the limited premium avatar I purchased when making this alt character, came a premium spirit ticket. Since it promised to summon a powerful spirit, there is no reason not to raise summoning magic. However, being an auxiliary skill, summoning magic has a limit as to how much you can use it as your main means of attack, so it's usually judged to raise your skills to a certain extent before. Well, now that the plan has been established, let's allocate my experience points and raise the skills I've acquired. Soldier Archery rank 16 rising to rank 3, Lance Archery rank 16 rising to rank 1. I think this is the minimum line to be able to fight my only using archery. All 4 attributes of attack magic first form rank 16 rising to rank 5. Let's stop here for now. The 5th rank of the first form reduces the casting time. I think there's no problem even if the others remain at rank 16, but let's raise Soldier Swordsmanship to rank 9 just in case. It'll be insurance in case it becomes a melee. And so, all the experience I had was used up raising up my skills. Well, nothing wrong with that. With this, I'll have a solid foundation. I can come back to the Kumukit and learn anything else I might have forgotten. Well, I've got to learn the essentials of archery. In addition to soldier and lance, archery's essential skills are knight, silver, gold, bishop, and rook. Almost everything. The only ones that are not needed are dragon horse and dragon king. Those 2 are flashy and powerful, but they got almost no practical use and they had a stupidly high cost. Knight archery is a sniper attack, silver archery is a powerful single target attack, gold archery is a ranged attack with added knockback, bishop archery has a strong penetrating power, and rook archery is an extremely strong single target attack. Those are the characteristics of each type. In particular, knight archery, gold archery, and rook archery. The number of strategies one can use by learning those 3 skills would increase by 1 or 2 digits. However, these skills, unlike the soldier and lance ones, require completion of their respective skill quest, but it's not needed to grab the quest. As long as their conditions are met, you can obtain the skills. I dropped by the weapons shop and bought a bow. The one I choose was a long bow. A simple, standard long bow. Alright, let's go. 7th Teio. I returned to the inn stable and set out on 7th Teio. The destination is the mine, once again. Section. Along the way, I took a small detour to the forest. Adding a soldier archery strike, I shot an arrow from atop of the horse towards the slime that came out. It missed, As expected, it wasn't possible to hit it the first time. I repeated until the shot connected. Picky. With that cute dying scream, the slime splattered and died. Leaving the forest, I returned to the highway and checked my stats. Good, good. Since I met the conditions for acquiring the skill, night archery was added to my archery skills. The condition is quite simple: kill a monster from atop a horse. After that, by the time I arrived at the mine, I've already met the conditions for acquiring silver archery and gold archery. The conditions are simple too, the first being kill 20 monsters in a row in a single hit, and the latter kill 10 monsters in a row within 3 meters. The next one to learn is bishop archery. This one is a little bothersome. For example, you need to meet 2 conditions. One is kill 5 monsters at the same time using lance archery, and the second kill 2 monsters at the same time from a distance of 25 meters or more, using a combination of lance archery and night archery. After entering the mine, I wandered around searching for a group of flame ants. The lower class monsters called flame ants have weak individual strength, but more often than not, they act in groups of dozens and attack relying on each other. In particular, their nest has hundreds of them, and it get pretty troublesome when you get surrounded. However, they are not hard to deal with if you put some distance between you and them. The 2 conditions can be cleared at the same time if you use lance archery from a very long distance. Whoa, found them. I sighed in relief after finally finding a group of flame ants. When I estimated our distance was approximately 30 meters, I used night archery to aim. Shwaff! With that sound, the arrow flew from the bow, coated in red and white effects. The red one is the effect of lance and the white of night. All right. Taking a victory pose, I said in a quiet voice. That arrow pierced more than 10 flame ants. The operation was a success from just a single shot, and bishop archery appeared in the skills column. Since I was not able to find the nest of the flame ants, I quickly left the place. Well then, the only one left is rook archery. This is the most powerful, yet most annoying skill to get. Why is it powerful? You might wonder. It's because this is a scaling attack skill. Even at the 16th class, a single attack has a power of 250% raw firepower, and if you raise it to the 9th grade, it scales up to 600%. Archery is the skill that, against a single target, has the potential to produce the most power. However, due to the skill acquisition conditions, including all other bothersome skills, this one is definitely inside the top 10 worst. First, kill 1000 monsters using silver archery. This one isn't so bad since you end up meeting the requirements anyways. Next is get 500 critical hits using silver archery. This too can be completed without issue. A critical hit is a phenomenon that occurs depending on the amount of luck and the critical skill rank, and also the additional effects your gear might have. A critical hit will deal damage equal to 300% of the original damage. The critical skill is easy to learn, and can be obtained once you deal a critical hit. My current rank is 16. My current luck stat is at 31, and there's no additional effect from my gear. Therefore, the critical rate is approximately 13%. You get it by dividing luck by 10 and adding the rank 16 correction of plus 10%. By the way, if you rank it up all the way to grade 9, it adds a plus 40% correction. I wonder if I should give priority in raising it when I acquire the needed experience. Anyway, the talk has gone in a tangent. Let's get back to the conditions to learn rook archery. In any case, the 2 previous conditions can be cleared in time as I go along. The problem is the last condition, and that is using a combination of night archery and silver archery. Kill 3 monsters in a row that have attacked another player and drop that player's HP by 50% or more, from a distance of 15 meters or more. It annoys me just thinking about it. First of all, I need to come across a situation where someone is being attacked by monsters. Then, I need to wait until their HP has been reduced by more than half, and adding to that, I would be troubled if the enemy is a strong monster, since it has to be killed in a single hit, and in case you fail even once, you need to start it all over again. This is the worst. If this was still an online game, I could ask someone to stay there until their HP is below 50%, and it would be relatively easy to do. But this isn't a game anymore. It's the real world. A situation where your HP has been reduced below 50% could already be considered a life or death situation. It is impossible to ask that of someone. And then, I have to make such situation happen 3 times? There's no way I can do it. However, I really want to get my hands on rook archery. It is one of the essential skills of archery. Well, I guess it can't be helped. I'll have to find other things to fill that gap. Since it couldn't be helped, I decided to shelve it and complete the 1000 silver kills and 500 silver criticals while waiting for the opportunity. And that opportunity suddenly came in an unexpected way. Section Royal Great Library. The director, Paloma, was resting after finishing the day's affairs. Paloma-sama, could I have a little of your time? What happened? A librarian has come to meet Paloma. She opened her mouth, and asked along a simple bow. Today, there was one suspicious man. Fumu. The young librarian woman said that, and handed over a single document to Paloma. Paloma looked over the report while stroking his white-haired beard. Oh, nothing but skill books. Most likely, he didn't read them. He took each book for about 10 seconds before returning them. I believe his purpose was something else. I see. According to the report, the man departed after 25 minutes. He wasn't reading them. Huh. I'll keep it in mind. If that man visits this building again, be sure to report it to me. By your will. The librarian lady bowed and then she left Paloma's office. With a quiet murmur, Paloma took a sip from his cup of tea. Just what did he came here for? His monologue quietly disappeared into the teacup. Chapter 7 Crisis on the Third Knight's Order. A week has passed. My experience earning has been going well, all thanks to the DK strategy. After some small chat with the store clerk, I bought the remaining 500. After throwing these I'll have used 10,000 in total. The rank of my skills has also improved. I haven't learned rook archery yet, but the other archery skills are fairly good. Lance archery, knight archery and silver archery were all stopped at the 5th grade. Their effects are 110% penetration attack, 90% sniping success rate and 200% single target damage respectively. Gold archery and bishop archery were stopped at the 3rd grade. Their effects are 80% range damage plus knockback and 180% penetration attack each. Since I still got a considerable amount of experience left even after ranking them up to this point, you can see how much of a cheat the DK strategy can be, and you can also see how high the average level of a Mobius player is. In addition, with the considerable improvement of my archery skills, dexterity has become quite the prominent stat. Agility too, has risen too much. Dexterity is a stat that refers to dexterity, and is directly connected to the firepower of the archery skill, and since it also relates to the success rate of production skills, it's good that it has been going up. Agility is a stat that governs quickness, and the more you got, the better your battle prowess will be. I guess it'll soon be the turn of swordsmanship. With such idea in mind, I continued on the road towards the cave again today. In response to my mutter, 7th Teo neighed as if agreeing with me. So I decided to leave the learning of rook archery alone for the time being, and decided to raise the skills in swordsmanship once the DK strategy is finished. Ugh. It happened as I approached the mine. A vague voice was heard from the other side, across the woods. Maybe. With some expectations in mind, I jumped off from 7th Teo and taking along my long bow, I ran into the forest. Damn it, we're retreating. Clear a path to run. People and monsters. Rough breathing, the sound of metal bumping, the smell of blood. Screams. This was not a sight of the Mobius Online that I knew. About 20 meters ahead, knights who seemed to be from the 3rd Order, were surrounded by monsters. The monster's name is Scarlet Mantis. Huge mantis allure with red color. There are 6 of them. The 3rd Knight Order seems to be struggling. 5 of them are already in the ground and unmoving. There are 5 others who are holding their sword and formed in a circle formation. It's easy to see they are probably going to be annihilated. At a time like this I got angry. Angry at the me who was delighted for a second and thought I may be able to use this and learn rook archery. And should I wait for the remaining 5 people to drop their HP just to make sure? That's wrong, right? People are dying. They aren't players. They are people. the same as me, and those very people were being robbed of their life and after risking it for their aspirations, and I was going to take advantage of that. That's when I lost my temper. It already happened, but it's not like I'll sit and do nothing. I can't stand that type of despair. Get down, I screamed with all I could. The 5 members of the Third Night Order ducked as soon as they saw me holding my bow. Shwaff, an arrow flew, overflowing with a red aura from lance archery and pierced the 3 scarlet mantis who were in a straight line. Those scarlet mantis collapsed on the ground and died after being left with a big hole in their bodies. That was when I first took notice that the 5th grade of lance archery's penetration was not normal. Gigigigi. While raising an intimidating sound, the remaining 3 monsters targeted me. The distance is 20 meters. Since their enemies have turned their attention towards me, the knights seem to have escaped this crisis. Isn't this a nice outcome? Maybe because it happened so easily, I suddenly got a chill. There's no better chance than this. Pumping myself up, I added silver archery on top of night archery as I stretched the bow. Twang along that deep sound. The arrow was released from the bow and flew along a large white silvery aura. At the moment it landed on the head of the scarlet mantis, the white silvery light exploded, and 80% of the body was splattered into the woods. 5th grade silver archery appears to be quite the overkill against the scarlet mantis. Without wasting time, I prepared the second shot. The second enemy also followed the same fate, and the last one. This time, a critical hit came out and its whole body was blown away. Rainbow-colored sparkles from the effect lasted for a moment. The damage I dealt was 1566. Stupidly low. Well, even with this rank, I wonder if it's because the weapon is this that it turned out like that. I feel like I still got a long way ahead. Well then, the real issue. Nice, I got it. Rook archery learned. At one point I had given in on this, but somehow, I got it. It was the perfect decision. I suppose this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, it suddenly dawned on me. What about the knights? Sorry. You got our thanks for help. The 5 members of the Third Night Order approached while being wary of the surroundings. The knight who thanked me had a familiar and dignified voice. Second Dono. I have no words to express the gratitude of saving us this time. Removing her helmet, the female knight Sylvia showed her face and bowed. She had a pale face. I suppose that is a given. After all, her companions were killed. Well, don't worry. Let's bring them back home. When I said so, Sylvia and the other 4 knights walked towards their dead companions' bodies, and made a very clean and beautiful salute. This is not the time to be spacing out. After smacking my cheeks with my hands, I followed after them and helped them. Chapter 8. Ostracized female knight. My first impression of him was the worst. Although he was a young nobleman who grew up in a snuggly environment that didn't know hardships, a man with no common sense that was not thinking about how he would be bothering others as long as they didn't bother him. But right now, he defeated 6 scarlet mantis in 30 seconds, from 20 meters away, and nothing but a long bow, an impossible feat to do with archery. How much effort did he put into it? I feel sorry for having bundled him together with those dirty nobles. How about me? From an early age I have wanted to follow the path of a knight, and this is all I've accomplished with my sword. Useless. No matter what I do, it's useless. Since I had no talent for the sword I was chastised in my home, and when I finally entered to the bottom rank of the knights, I felt so left out. I had no skill after all. All I did was speak of justice. I was that lousy justice girl, but even that justice felt empty. It did not resonate. Even when I exposed the unjust aristocrats' dirty deals, someone from above always came to stop me. And when I tried to expose the boss injustice, other knights got in the way. Those political lapdogs. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this kingdom's system. Just take a look. Even after the death of our comrades, the rotten upper echelons are trying to capture and use the savior of the Third Night Order. And the reason we got into that predicament was because of an incompetent commander and the unreasonable orders from the upper echelons. Is this truly a knight order? The image of a knight that I once admired and aimed at? If that's so, then, I'll just. Section. Second Dono. Aren't you going to join the Adventurers Guild? After helping the Third Night Order, I was brought to a room and made to sit in a sofa which seems to be of quite a high class. I was wondering if I'll be receiving words of thanks, but the first thing the old man sitting opposite from me said was almost the opposite. The Adventurers Guild? Ahem. I guess I should start from the beginning. I heard that you, second dono, despite being an adventurer, did not belong to the guild. Certainly. I'm not affiliated with them. However, there is no reason to belong to the guild. The Adventurers Guild in the Castle Kingdom is an organization that controls and oversees requests such as monster extermination. So to speak, they're the bridge between the people and adventurers. But the truth is, they are a rotten organization in this kingdom that seeks to manage personal information from adventurers in order to serve their own needs. The reason why I know this is because that's the setting of the story in Mobius. Sounds like a nice deal, but I'll have to refuse. Can I ask you why? What a tenacious old man. What is his purpose? I'm not particularly bothered by money, and I'm not good at being tied to an organization. Maybe because of that. Since it's probably useless to hide it, I told him the honest reason. Immediately after, the old man made an expression that as if troubled. What's wrong? It's nothing. As a knight, I don't want to let such a great adventurer as Second Dono go. Especially this time, when Second Dono's ability has become quite obvious in a big way. With this being the case, many nobles will rush to get their hand on you. In other words, you mean the guild will protect me? Pretty much. Suspicious. He said my ability has become obvious in a big way, but there aren't many witnesses, so isn't it good if the Third Knight Order doesn't speak of it? Why would this old man wanted me to join the guild? I have no idea. I may join some organization, but I don't feel that's something that would keep me from reaching the world's first rank. After all, no, I won't join them. I see. When I said so, the old man pulled down, and then, he opened his mouth after being lost in thought. Then, let's go with our Sylvia. If you have someone from the Third Knight Order attached, it will serve to give them some level of restraint. With Sylvia, I see. She might be a bit dumb, but she is quite beautiful. Any man would obviously want her by their side, and that's exactly why I'm afraid to accept this old man's proposal. Perhaps this is what he was originally aiming for. That said, I do not understand what the aim is. I have no idea what hand the nobles might try to play with, and Sylvia is famous for being a tough knight against the nobility in the capital. I think this will be quite effective. Don't you think? This old man gave an additional push. I feel like I'm starting to get it. Sylvia is tough on nobles, and the upper echelons of the knights are connected to those nobles. In other words, Sylvia is a thorn on the side of the knights. Does that mean he wants to relegate Sylvia? Oops, I went on a tangent again. If that's the case, maybe this is actually a good proposal for me, right? Why? Because a wolf comes with a bag. Never mind that. This is a unique opportunity to bring a beautiful female knight to my group. How long will she be accompanying me? Let's ask the person herself. Sylvia. After I asked, the old man opened the door and called for Sylvia. After a short while, Sylvia, whom now was not wearing her armor, appeared. Sylvia, you'll be in charge of acting as Second Dono's escort. About the time of this endeavor, as a knight I would like to respect yours and Second Dono's opinions. Sylvia was surprised by the old man's words. Well, that's only natural. This is pretty much a de facto demotion, but that also means that her and my opinion will be respected. That is, Sylvia's term will be decided by me. I knew it. It seems like the knights want to chase Sylvia out. Sylvia was looking down in silence. I managed to steal a glance at the valley in her chest. Not bad. Moderately sized mountains. Got anything to say in particular about your term? No. The old man told Sylvia implicitly to remain silent. Then, he turned his eyes towards me. Should I be the one deciding the term? In that case, how about 2 years? That's what I've decided. 2 years. That should be enough time to get to the world's first rank. The old man then spoke without changing his expression. All right. And thus, the female knight Sylvia became my escort. Section. Demoted. For the knights this might be more like getting rid of a troublesome person. While I was assimilating those facts, I accompanied Second Dono to the inn as his escort, and together with him, drank at the first floor bar. Even though I refused at first saying I was just an escort, Second Dono kept saying it's fine, It's fine. There were a lot of shocking events today, so I lost to temptation. Hey, let's make a deal. It was at that moment Second Dono suddenly said something like that. I was drinking but was still in a good condition, so I returned it with a let's hear it. All without knowing that this deal would change my life in the future. I believe Sylvia wants to be prouder of her work as a knight. I want to help. I was a little surprised to be called out by my name without honorifics. In hindsight, Second's appearance was quite good. Up until now I only had eyes for my sword, but maybe because I've been slowly drinking for some time now, such womanly feelings suddenly sprang out. No, his words mean more than that. Those words accurately represent my current feelings. I want to be a proud knight. Since I was young, that was the justice that filled my heart. If you are disgusted with the current state of the Knight Order, I think you should quit it. And, I think you should follow me. It was a shocking remark. Follow me? What is this guy saying? What are you talking about? Wait, calm down, calm down. I told you, this was a deal. That's right. Calm down, me. This is a deal. By no means this is a proposal. Damn, my face feels hot. I emptied the contents of the glass in a dash. Have I calmed down a little? I think Sylvia is not someone to give into power, right? Then, you should get the appropriate skill. And I have the means to do that. That's true, but it's easier said than done. I was born in the Virginia House of Knights. It is the role of those born in the Virginia House to become a knight and master fighting skills. Therefore, I have walked the path of the sword since I was 4 years old. I've been training in the way of the sword for 13 years now, but it all has been for nothing. I had no talent for the sword. I was despised by my brother and sister, even by my very parents. I am one of those who have failed. And even after barely becoming a knight, my sense of justice isn't shared by others. I spoke as if complaining. It seems like I'm really getting drunk. Then, Second Dono opened his mouth, as if to say something that was hard to say. I'm sorry for what I'm about to tell you. If you don't have talent for the sword, you should try something else. A spear or a bow should be fine. You bastard. Flying into rage, I grabbed Second Dono by the chest and stood up. And then I gave up. Just what was I trying to do? Second Dono said nothing but the truth. I've always been stubborn and trained with nothing but swords. Even after everyone said I had no talent, only the sword. A knight is clad in armor, holding a sword, riding a horse. A hero who rushed to save those in a pinch. I wanted to be a knight, a respectable knight. Never succumbing to evil, always an ally of justice. I am pathetic. My tears came out. What would the child me think if she were to look at what I have become? She would definitely hate it. No matter if I'm clad in armor, have a sword, ride a horse or belong to the Third Knight Order. It doesn't matter. I am no knight at all. It pains me just becoming aware of it. Isn't it better to press forwards with those aspirations of being a knight? It doesn't matter what weapon you use. What's important is only the part about justice and rushing to save those in a pinch. It has nothing to do with swords and armors, right? It is exactly as Second Dono says it. Totally right. There is no need to stick to the sword. What matters is to have the heart of a knight. That's it. That's totally it. Such a rotten organization is not a place for a knight to be. Quitting the Knight Order doesn't mean I would quit being a knight. Right now is the time for me to change. Second Dono, I've made my mind. I will follow you. I said it, but I will not regret it. I already decided to bet on him. When he heard my loud declaration, Second Dono just smiled happily and said, I see. I feel like my cheeks are getting unnaturally hot. I probably have drunk too much. Then, let me tell you about my dreams. After saying so, Second Dono began to speak passionately. That no matter what, he was going to be the world's rank 1. It's a very rough dream, one people might be amazed and laugh at. But his smiling and cheerful face, and his almost glittering eyes, yeah, Second Dono is really aiming to the top of the world. I honestly thought so. If so, then I'd like to go together with him and help him out. I'm sure interesting things will happen. This is the first time I've had a night with so much fun. My future surely looks bright. After finishing drinking with Sylvia, I returned to my room and sat on my bed. Ha 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 ha. A laughter came out involuntarily. Beautiful female knight get. Well, I didn't think it would go as planned. She's probably gifted in either archery or magic. After training swordsmanship for 13 years and not improving, it seems like she's a specialized growth type, maybe dexterity or intelligence type. There's also the possibility of being a production type of some sort, even if a little, but that would still be good. Anyway, it's huge that I managed to get a companion. This will dramatically improve safety. It's great that I made a relationship with that pain in the butt Night Order. Seems like I drew a big one here. However, I told her not to slap her resignation to the Night Order right away. On the surface, she will still be a Knight of the Third Night Order fulfilling her 2-year term, but in fact, she'll be a spy that will leak to me information about the Order. As a matter of fact, it seems like Sylvia was instructed to persuade Second in order for him to join the Night Order, but that is now meaningless since she told me. Those knights might think that Sylvia, being the knightish knight that she is, will have a sense of duty and properly follow those orders. Truly, 2 birds, 3 birds with 1 stone. No, I guess it's 4 birds with 1 stone. I'm really looking forward to the days starting tomorrow. In order to develop Sylvia, I want to go to the dungeon and learn the essential skills of swordsmanship, and in addition to that, I lied on the bed and went to sleep while thinking about that. Chapter 9. No. Next morning, after meeting Sylvia, we had breakfast together in the first floor. Well then, let's decide on our plans. When I said so, Sylvia turned a bit of a suspicious look towards me. I was pretty drunk last night, so I don't remember the details. But, does Second Donor really knows how to get stronger? Hers was an expression of I want to believe, but I can't believe. Worry not. Oh, but before that, tell me about your skills and stats. Pout. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. After hesitating for a moment, Sylvia then opened her mouth. I have not raised anything but horse riding and swordsmanship. From swordsmanship I have soldier, lance, knight, and silver. Each one is 2nd rank and horse riding is 11th rank. I see. What about your stats? Dexterity is 121 and intelligence is 103, the rest are in the double digits. Oh, by the way, what your strength, agility and luck at? Strength 79, agility 98 and luck 15. Got it. It's just as I thought. She is the dexterity type. And her intelligence is also high for some reason. If I remember correctly, this was, oh, yeah, the magic archer type, Mayumi type. All right, the plans have been decided. Sylvia, let's do archery. Archery? Certainly, my dexterity is high, but I've never dealt with a bow, and it's not a knightly weapon. This girl, still saying those things. You probably specialize in magic and archery. Pretty much you're our magic archer. I've never heard of anything like a magic archer. What? There aren't any in this world? It should have been a very popular job in Mobius. Have you heard about the combined skills or archery and magic? Never heard of it. No good. Anyway, there is that thing. You should aim for it. Sylvia reluctantly said, well, got it, sounding not quite convinced. With that decided, there are various things that I have to do. Let's go over today's schedule. First, we'll go buy some weapons. Next is learning skills. Then, earning experience until evening. Do you have any doubts? Wait, I don't have much money, and I don't really want to rely on my parents' home. Don't worry about money. I got plenty, just out of curiosity. How much? A week ago I had 2 billion CL, but right now it should be around 800 million CL. Sylvia opened her mouth so much that her jaw almost reached her chest. Weird. If you go to a dungeon, 2 billion CL is something you can easily earn. That's right, the dungeons in this world haven't been captured yet. If so, there aren't any crazy farmers going in and out of the dungeons. Then, aren't the items from the dungeons even more valuable? In other words, aren't dungeons even more profitable? Well, whatever. Let's go. I abandoned that thought and took Sylvia to the weapons store. Thanks for your patronage, the good-humored voice of the weapons shop owner echoed. This time, in addition to Sylvia's longbow, I bought myself a longsword. After giving her the long bow, Sylvia said in a quiet voice, thank you. Weren't you an archer? Second donor. I'll also raise swordsmanship starting today. Sylvia seemed troubled by my response. When I learned the basic skills of archery in the library, before going to learn the essential skills of archery, I also learned the basic skills of swordsmanship. Oh, Sylvia looked confused. I somehow feel like I'm teaching the ropes of Mobius to a beginner. Anyway, just come along with me. When I thought it was a pain to explain everything and grabbed Sylvia, her cheeks dyed in red and she just said okay. She looks pretty cute, as I thought. It's great I got a beauty to join me. No. Lunchtime. We're currently in the forest between the capital and the mine, and Sylvia seems to have turned into a broken record. Why do you know what? And what's more, why teach me so carefree? Just who in the world are you? She drew close to me with a threatening look. Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. I'm just shocked. Then I'd like if you didn't yell. The way to learn bishop archery and rook archery. Isn't that a matter of secrecy? That is information that the nobles have inherited and are monopolized for generations. Oh, I understand now. That's why the level in this world is so low. Nobles sure only love their own interests after all. That's obviously a given. You idiot. I don't want to think about them getting wind of this. We'll be tortured, we'll be killed for sure. It appears Sylvia was angry while thinking about me. She sure is a nice person. However, in order to take a shortcut to achieving the world's top spot, it requires Sylvia to learn archery and support me from the rear. And if that support from the rear isn't able to use bishop archery and rook archery, then there's no point in making her a companion. Then, don't tell anyone this information, Sylvia. It should be okay then, right? Don't screw with me, you total idiot. I'll be an idiot if I were to speak about such an advanced archery. You idiot. I wonder why she likes saying idiot so much. Then, isn't it fine as long as we don't use it in public? Well, that much should be fine. Oh, she agreed? No, even then, it's dangerous. I don't know where those guys might sniff it out. On top of that, Second Dono is already standing out. Maybe they already have their eyes on us. Somehow, she started mumbling to herself. Rest assured, I'll protect you if something happens. Just shut up and follow me. Let's try to use the forceful pick-up line-ish strategy and see if it works. But I don't think it will work a second time. Will it? Oh, okay. Looks like it worked. After that, no. I took the noisy Sylvia who kept saying that while I told her the requirement for knight archery, silver archery, gold archery, and bishop archery. Just like myself, she was able to smoothly learn them. In addition, I also learned knight swordsmanship, silver swordsmanship, and gold swordsmanship. They are precision attack, strong single-target attack and range attack to all directions respectively. Bishop swordsmanship and rook swordsmanship are quite bothersome, so I shelved them for now. In addition, I plan to learn Dragon King swordsmanship, but that one is on a league of its own, so I will consider it after everything else is cleared. When I told them to Sylvia, she was so astonished and perplexed. When I inquired about why she was so shocked, she told me so far, I've never heard of anyone who knows the conditions for acquiring skills so in detail. No, but, since it's such a world, isn't there some scholar or skill researcher? Isn't it interesting to study and find out the conditions for acquiring skills? In response to that question, Sylvia answered, even if you were to narrow down the learning conditions, what would you gain by making it public? It's just as she said, there are very few people in the real world who would give up on their own interests, but I feel like I've been surprised enough for a lifetime today. Just as the sun was moving down, Sylvia said such a thing. There's still one last surprise for the end. While saying that in a tone of mischief, I transferred a large number of potions to Sylvia. What, Sue, such an expensive potion, and you even bought so many? So that's why she wasn't surprised when I went to the potion shop and bought them in bulk, huh? Since I was talking so peacefully with the sales clerk, it really didn't seem like we were trading tens of millions of CL. It's too soon to be surprised. How do you think we'll use this? Wait, I'm starting to get scared. You aren't going to tell me to put them all in the butt, right? I won't. Who do you think I am? A pervert? Don't answer without thinking. What a rude fellow. Right now, we'll try and get a lot of experience. Well, whatever. Let's go. We head to the cave behind the mine. It goes without saying that the first non-nonu of the caves echoed inside that day. Chapter 10 Reus Dungeon. Let's go to a dungeon today. You never told me this. Sylvia looked at me with reproachful eyes. Well, that's to be expected. I didn't fill her in on this. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. It will be over in a jiffy. Well, if second dono says so. Wait. You won't fool me. Just what the heck are you scheming this time? This is for your own good, Sylvia. You want to learn rook archery, right? No. Well, if I could learn it, I'd love to. Then it's settled. This time, we'll go inside the intermediate rank dungeon Reus. This is a comparatively easy dungeon among the intermediate ranks. The purpose is for Sylvia to learn rook archery, and for me to acquire bishop swordsmanship and rook swordsmanship. The dungeons are divided into 3 ranks, upper being the advanced, intermediate the middle class, and lower the easier one. The most common dungeons are the lower rank with 9, followed by the intermediate ranks with 6, and lastly the upper ranks with 5. There's one more dungeon on top of those, but I'd rather not talk about it right now. Anyway, there are 3 reasons why we're going to the intermediate rank Reus dungeon this time. First, the strength of the monsters in it. I've already gained some experience and my stats have grown. Therefore, even if I'm not equipped with armor, the damage from the lower rank monsters sometimes doesn't go through. Therefore, in order to get rook archery, since I need to have a monster drop my HP below 50%, it's better to have a mid-level monster hit me a couple times rather than letting a low-level one hit me over and over and over again. The second reason is the low HP and vitality from the monsters here. All the monsters that appear in the Reus dungeon are attack-focused types. But, in exchange for their high strength, their HP and vitality is only 2/3 that of the same level monsters. In other words, you must be careful since they are stronger, but their defense is low and they are easier to defeat since they have less HP. And the third one, the dungeon's capture reward. If you conquer the dungeon, that is, going to the bottom floor and defeating the boss, you will receive reward for it in the form of an item dropped from said boss. Reus Dungeon's boss is called Flame Wolf, and he drops a rare weapon called Bow of the Blazing Wolf. It is an excellent long bow with an added fire effect. It was a very popular weapon and one which players use to level their magic archer class from intermediate to advanced. So, it could be said that this time's objective is to do laps and both of us learn the skills and then go and get that drop. I also think that our skills match perfectly to accomplish that. Sylvia's experience has gone up using the decay strategy, so her archery has increased considerably, and even her knight archery and silver archery are at grade 1 each. In addition, my swordsmanship has also risen and gotten knight swordsmanship at grade 3 and silver swordsmanship to grade 1. This should be the skill level where 2 people could clear the Reus dungeon. If the need arises, I can also grab my bow and compensate for the lack of firepower, and I've also got high-class healing potions, so we should be able to clear it quite effortlessly. Section. Well, we're here. It was half a day by horse from the capital Winston. One of the reasons was also because this place was near. Are we really going in? Will we be okay? Along with the hesitating Sylvia, I walked straight into the Reus dungeon. It's a vast cave-like dungeon with walls tainted in a reddish color. Is this bee blood? No. This looks like the natural color at the stone. Sylvia has been freaking out since a while ago, and while looking around restlessly, she's been holding her longbow tight and walking behind me. There, finally. That's your target, if possible. Defeat it using only silver. When you get enough experience, place priority in raising it. If you are not used to it yet, you should practice combining knight and silver. I found the silhouette of the enemy about 20 meters ahead. Flame lizards. Their number is 4. Piece of cake. You understood. Sylvia was a little stiff, but she managed to properly activate the skill. Looks alright. The first attack was a combination of Sylvia's knight archery and silver archery, both of them grade 1. The arrow flew with a white-silvery effect and it hit the flame lizard from a distance in the middle of the chest, opening a large hole in it. Sylvia opened her mouth agape and made a silly noise. The flame lizard died without being able to do anything. During that time, I hit the remaining 3 monsters with soldier swordsmanship, and after bundling them together, I finished them up using lance swordsmanship in one strike. By the way, soldier swordsmanship is a normal attack, while lance swordsmanship is a piercing attack. The conditions for acquiring bishop's swordsmanship are to, using lance swordsmanship, kill 3 monsters in a single strike, and with a combination of lance swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship hit 2 or more vital points of a monster 10 times in a row. With this, I was able to meet the first condition. What's wrong? When I spoke to the absent-minded Sylvia, she came back to her senses. Say second dono. Did I, by any chance, become terribly strong? What is she saying now? I made a promise, right? When I said so while smiling, Sylvia turned her eyes towards me and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. She is quite the beautiful woman. I'd love if she wore that face at all times. After that, we kept going, progressing quickly in the Reus dungeon. Second dono. Amazing. Thank you. Amazing. In high spirits, Sylvia appeared to be in excellent condition, and she was very useful as a rear support. She was the right choice as a companion. I will become a magic archer. She suddenly became quite enthusiastic somehow. It seems that she was still a bit skeptical about my ability up until now. Anyway, it's great that Sylvia is in high spirits. Section. Oops. Sylvia, halt. 6 hours have passed since we dived into the dungeon, and we suddenly stopped. By now, Sylvia has killed more than 3,000 monsters in this area, and there's only one condition left in order for her to learn rook archery. And that's the reason I stopped here. That's because the monster I was looking for finally appeared. Its name is Blaze Troll. It's a large monster with ridiculous power, but its bald head is its weak spot and it's easy to target, so a strike from a grade 1 silver archery is more than enough to blow its head off. And the number of blaze trolls is 3. Pretty convenient. Aim for the head using a combination of knight and silver from a distance of over 15 meters. Shoot when I give you the signal. Got it. But, what are you going to do? Well, that doesn't matter, but by no means be shaken up. After instructing Sylvia, I moved towards a blaze troll. My HP is all the way up. In terms of vitality, I should be able to withstand being critically hit 6 times by a blaze troll. It's okay. I'll be fine. No, it's not okay. I'm scared shitless. But I really want a rearguard who knows rook archery. It came right in front of me. A single blaze troll targeted me, and then, it swung his big club and second dono. I don't quite remember what happened at that moment. The hit shook my brain. It blew my consciousness. What the heck? I wasn't expecting this. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground and there was something on my mouth. Broken teeth and a lot of blood. My HP hasn't even gone down by a quarter. This is bad. I wonder if this could heal broken teeth. In Mobius, drinking a potion could heal up broken arms, but there's no guarantee a potion will do the same in this world. This might not have been a good idea. Not yet. I said so while holding onto an instant healing potion, luxury item of course, with my view swaying. I can't make a sound judgment since I'm in too much of a pain and shock, but still, who wouldn't want to look cool in front of a girl? One more, just one. I decided to endure one more hit. I want to avoid wasting this pain I'm already feeling. I glanced over to where Sylvia is. I can't see that well in the distance, but it seems like she's waiting for me. Hi. The blaze troll rushed towards me. A scream-like voice escaped from my lips as I desperately struggled. Hold tight. You'll be made light of if you escape now. Those who run away are pathetic people. I am the world's rank 1. Even as an alt character, I'll become the number 1 in this world. And in order to do so, it's imperative that Sylvia learns rook archery. This is where I need to work hard. I won't die. I already made up my mind. Put up with it like a man. Show your willpower. Show your determination. If you can endure this, you will become a legend. Sylvia will absolutely fall for me. Probably. No, I know I'm being unreasonable, but even if I don't do it, I'll end up drinking a potion anyways. So, with the club being swung as a golf club, my body was blown away into the wall. My lungs are crushed. I cannot breathe. My HP is good. Nice. You. I could barely utter a sound. But even so, Sylvia understood me. Bash on the arrow infused with night archery and silver archery resounded, and immediately after that, the head of the blaze troll in front of me burst into a million pieces. Ha ha, in your face. Well then. 2 more to go. I almost cried when my teeth grew back after drinking a potion. I can't stop at this point. I could have stopped if my damage wasn't totally healed. I want to throw the towel already. But I can no longer pull back. I have to go through it. I am the world's rank 1. 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 Complaining and muttering. I went to the remaining 2 blaze trolls section. You idiot. You big idiot. After everything was over, I was lying on a cold rock. Sylvia held me into her chest, and yelled at me while crying. A perfect victory. Chapter 11 Kinkaku Hametarou, Rook Archery. Sylvia was amazed after seeing her status. Her eyes were still swollen and red from the crying. She said that while still sobbing like a crying puppy. I wish she wouldn't worry that much about me being unreasonable, or rather, I feel grateful. Well then, if my prediction is correct, this is Sylvia we're talking about, who values chivalry. I bet she will say something like, "Second Dono. I truly admire you for keeping a promise made to me as your companion, going as far as crushing your own bones for it. I am very proud to be by your side. Allow me to pledge my life to serve under you." See? I told you. Then I just told her what I had told her before. Don't worry. Just shut up and follow me. Sylvia locked her eyes with mine. Immediately after that, she laughed with a ha ha ha. Second Dono. Do you think I'll just shut up because you say it? What a troublesome person. Ha, ha ha. I laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, ha. Well, wasn't that unexpected? After that, as we pulled ourselves together and headed further inside the Reus dungeon, I noticed a slight change in Sylvia. Her outwardly feel as a useless knight hasn't changed at all, but in the moments when I'm about to be attacked by a monster, she makes a threatening face and obliterates that monster with using rook archery. After having to see that angry face for a while, I ended up preaching to her about it. Anyway, Sylvia now really gives off the vibe of Second's knight, being my knight. She says it is her job to protect me. Is this some kind of pretend play? But, aren't you too old to be playing pretend at 17? And then, she finally said, "Second Dono, please let me take the front." As if to protect me. Makes me wonder, isn't this quite the hassle? Well, let's not mind it too much. The only thing left is the boss. This is the home of the Flame Wolf. Reus Dungeon's boss, the Flame Wolf. It is a powerful monster in the shape of a large wolf, wearing flames as if coating it. Thanks to that fire barrier, the only damage it receives is from piercing attacks. Although my memory from Mobius is vague, I remember all the intermediate players who came visit the Reus dungeon rated this fight as a pain in the butt. However, there is one thing I remember perfectly, and that is, all right, let's entrap it and kill it. Yes, but at a certain point, that evaluation turned into time sink small fry. The changing factor was a trap approach. Once that strategy was discovered, the formidable Flame Wolf turned into more of a bullied child. Ready? First, I'll attack it with Bishop. Since the Flame Wolf will target me and run towards me, I'll knock it back with gold. At that point, Sylvia will attack it with Bishop. Then, the Flame Wolf will target you, Sylvia, and when he runs up to you, you knock it back with gold. The rest is rinse and repeat. This is an easy-to-do strategy to defeat the Flame Wolf. Its name is Kinkaku Hametarou. This is a famous killing technique that can be done by 2 or more people. Using bishop archery you can penetrate the flame barrier and do enough damage, and if it's of the 12 rank or higher, that amount of damage will certainly pull the Flame Wolf to you. And if the gold archery is of the rank 9 at least, the cooldown timer will be enough for this strategy to be accomplished by 2 players. And above all, the attack pattern of the Flame Wolf is simple and lacks ranged attacks. Therefore, This evil entrapping technique was easily established. Wait, would it really be that easy? It's fine. If not, this is at least the safest. The key point is to wait until the last possible moment before using bishop. This is in order to adjust the cooldown timer. All we need to do is stretch the time in order to gain the 10 seconds needed to reuse gold. ISC. Okay, let's go. I leisurely went to the place where the boss was at. Sylvia was a bit nervous, but at that moment, her expression just turned into a poken face. A woo. Noticing me, the flame wolf gave a howl and afterwards it rushed towards me. Here it comes. All right. Okay, after I knock it back and the wolf comes at me again, hit it with bishop at the last second. While talking to Sylvia, I shoot an arrow with bishop archery at the flame wolf. The arrow, enveloped in a red blackish aura, pierced the flame wolf, but it took it like it wasn't a big deal. It's not working? Sylvia was surprised. Well, that is obvious. This is a boss. You can't take it down with a single skill, but he is properly receiving damage. You shoot the gold when it is around in this position. When the flame wolf was around 2 meters away from me, I shot it with gold archery. At that moment, the arrow, covered in a golden aura, hit it with a dazzling effect and the flame wolf was knocked about 5 meters back. This is its knockback effect. It'll be coming at me again soon. Get ready to shoot bishop right in front of me. Yeah, I know. Sylvia was still filled with tension. After the flame wolf restored its posture, it rushed at me again without paying attention to anything else. Kion. Sylvia's arrow coated in bishop archery pierced the flame wolf when it was around 3 meters ahead of me. The flame wolf was like, "You hurt me," and then it changed targets and rushed towards Sylvia, glaring at her as it approached. This monster surely is stupid. Let it get very close to you. After giving her instructions, Sylvia knocked off the flame wolf using gold archery. Sylvia wore a serious expression the entire time, and nodded at my instructions. After that, Sylvia and I repeated it about 15 times. Saying stuff like "this sure feels easy" or "wanna eat dinner together late tonight?" I tried to make small talk, and after the 5th round, Sylvia started to respond to my questions. "Seems like we're going to eat dinner in that bar again." Then, at the 16th round, say, Sanden, advertisement, Denpan, starch, Purin, Reincarnation, Liechtenstein. What is that? The name of a country. Well, it's fine. Incan, seal, Kaikan, pleasant feeling, Kazan, volcano, Zakabarin, frankness, Raimugi pan, rye bread, pattern. What was that? Ta? We were killing time playing Shiritri when the flame wolf died. Damn, it's a miss, I said after looking at the item dropped in the place where the flame wolf died. Sylvia also noticed and came closer. This is? I wonder why she is so surprised. It's just some flame wolf fur. Isn't it flame wolf fur? This is a miss? Yeah, why do you ask? Idiot, don't say stupid things. Isn't this a luxury item that can be sold to a merchant for 1 million CL? A million? Way higher than I thought. No. Isn't it too expensive? The best item from the Reus dungeon is the Bow of the Blazing Wolf, and that goes from 800,000 to 900,000 CL at most. 50,000 would have been a good enough price for the fur. To think it would be 20 times its price. Wait a minute, considering that, how much would a rare drop from an upper dungeon go for? I can't stop grinning. All right, let's bring it back. Isn't that obvious? Chuckling to myself, I placed the flame wolf fur inside my inventory, and afterwards we left the Reus dungeon. After defeating the boss, we took the shortest route to the exit. How to reduce travel time is a very important aspect for those who want to play an MMORPG to perfection. In that facet, Mobius was quite terrible. Its crappy magic system didn't allow you to learn instant movement magic unless you were quite advanced. The intermediate and lower players are stuck traveling in horses or flying dragons to get where you need to go. Therefore, I feel very grateful that I knew the existence of this dungeon, since it was quite close. Feels like the grace of getting the occasional sweet meal in prison where everything is tasteless. All right, should we go for a drink? Okay, exactly what I wanted. It was dusk outside. We were inside the dungeon almost the whole day. Along with Sylvia, we both went back. When I said next time, let's aim to clear it multiple times, Sylvia answered with a how many. Then I said let's try for at least 3 clears in a day and she just ha, idiot answered with a dry laugh. After that, we talked about our hobbies. I heard about her family, and we laugh at some silly things on our way back to the capital. Just a trifling conversation about our everyday life, but it was relaxing and fun. I wonder what this is? I feel so happy that I could barely think about my previous life. My life in this other world as my aunt character is filled with fun, and I even got a friend named Sylvia, and you can even tell that, as we've trained together, we've grown closer. In this world I became the world's rank 1. Arc 2 Magic Academy Arc, Chapter 12 Bow of the Blazing Wolf. 3 weeks have passed. Me and Sylvia roam the Reus dungeon day after day, and now we can clear it 6 times a day. The experience from the dungeon laps have piled up, so I think me and Sylvia have gone from beginner intermediate class to top intermediate class. If we were tea in this world, we would be hand-picked tea leaves, or if we were noodles, we'd be yellow and blue strap noodles. Talking about my swordsmanship, I've already acquired bishop swordsmanship and rook swordsmanship, and they both are steadily rising in rank. They both are currently at grade 1. Their effects are quick and powerful piercing attack and very powerful single target attack respectively. I'll learn Dragon King swordsmanship at some point, but to use swordsmanship as the main form of attack, I think its current power is enough with bishop and rook, so I'll just go as is for now. And, today, the item that I've been looking for finally appeared. This is? Sylvia was the first to notice. Same as usual, we were fighting the flame wolf using the Kinkaku Hametarou strategy, and so far, the amount of flame wolf fur we've collected has exceeded 100 pieces. What had dropped this time was a big, burning, crimson bough. It finally dropped. It took a while. Quite a while. I guess this is what's called the greed sensor. It's supposed to have a 2% chance to drop, but it dropped, finally, after around 10 dozen tries. Thank you, Flame Wolf. I'm sorry to have killed you over 100 times. Is this the bow of the blazing wolf that you were looking for? Second donor? It looks quite strong, Sylvia said, impressed after seeing the bow of the blazing wolf that fell on the ground. Also, it seems she has apparently misunderstood. What are you talking about? This bow is for you, Sylvia. With that said, her eyes became like dots. You're going to be a magic archer, right? Then it's best to let you use it for now. Here. Giving the puzzled Sylvia the bow of the blazing wolf, I had her try shooting it once. With a Miko. Okay, Sylvia nervously held onto the bow. Along that quick sound, the arrow coated in soldier archery flew into the wall of the dungeon and upon impact, it burst into flames. What? How? Incredible. Sylvia, whose vocabulary has apparently become poorer, had her eyes rounded in amazement. No, it isn't that incredible. What? No. Well, no matter what I say, for Sylvia this bow is incredible. I'll be troubled if she's happy with only this much. As a matter of fact, this is pretty close to magic archery. Why? You might ask. For magic archery, a high degree of skill in archery and magic is required. Just this isn't enough. You should be happy at least after learning the third form of fire attribute attack magic. Is that so? Sorry for letting it get to my head. Sylvia answered, feeling a little dejected. I feel like I exaggerated a little, but oh well. By the way, is it okay for me to get such a great bow? Yeah, no problem. Since I will shift completely to magic, I have no plans to use it. You will put it to better use, Sylvia. For real? Then, I give you my thanks. Wait, what did you just say? I will shift completely to magic? That? I've never heard of this. Sorry I didn't tell you. Seriously, this girl, she's jeering at me like she wants to give me a piece of her mind. She really thinks that I purposely forgot telling her about the dungeon and about magic. Still, Sylvia's reactions are usually really interesting, but it was not quite good this time. Archery, then swordsmanship, and now magic. Being the world's #1 feels less and less like a dream. It has finally begun to take proper form. She muttered that as if being impressed. I wonder if she's beginning to get a grasp on it. There's still a long way ahead. Also, there is something I want to ask you about for the future. Let's talk about it on our way back to the capital. Okay. We're finally leaving the Reus dungeon after being in its care for a long time. And what's more, mine and Sylvia's stats have changed quite significantly. A connection to the Royal Magic Academy. On our way back, I consulted with Sylvia. Yeah, aren't you the second daughter of the Virginia Knight's house? Don't you have some sort of connection? To learn the magic skills, you need to read a grimoire. Although the grimoire for attack magic of the first form can be found in the Kami kit, the second form and third form grimoire can only be found in the Magic Academy. In addition, I don't know where in the Magic Academy those grimoires have been stored. Back in the days of 7, the second form and third form could be obtained through an auction using real-life money during a short time. In all, it was 30,000 yen. Well, I didn't have the need for any real-world items back then, so that it was of no concern for me at all. Anyway, I have to infiltrate the Magic Academy somehow. Why infiltrate? That is, to save time. Access to the Royal Magic Academy is restricted to only teachers and students. In that case, it is possible to enter using the regular route. However, I do not know how long would it take to take the examination test, get the enrolling interview, complete all the procedures and pay the money. Of course I cannot wait for an entrance ceremony. That's why can you get me into the Magic Academy using your connections? I asked her that question. No, I cannot. Don't you remember that since I had no talent for the sword, my father gave up on me? I don't think he would listen to a request from such an unskilled daughter. From what I heard from you, isn't your father a meritocratic person? If so, how about showing the power of the current you, Sylvia? No, I think it will still be tough. Father is a person who, by his own skill on the sword, got a peerage as a knight. He might just say that I abandoned the sword and fled to the bow. And I'm not sure whether such a stubborn person can even accept the bow. I had a feeling that would be the case. Yeah, that won't work. If it's like this, then there's no other way than to cheat Sylvia's dad. Okay, I got an idea. For some reason, I have a really bad feeling about this. It's fine, because I'm good at lying. I can even pose as a scammer. What is fine in those words? After calming Sylvia, I roughly explained the operation's outline. Its name, Operation Deceive, will be carried out tomorrow. Chapter 13 Operation Deceive. I'm happy to finally meet you, Lord Virginia, a troublesome fellow. When I first saw him, that's what my intuition told me. Gathering from his slight bow, I could tell he had a strength of mind, body and spirit. It was easy for me, a knight with peerage, to know that he had the arm of a swordsman. After taking a closer look, his figure was quite eye-catching, that even I, being from the same sex, felt like stealing glances. I can't even begin to fathom how much those incredibly good tailor-made clothes would go for. His glossy shoes were obviously from the leather of a considerably high-rank monster. The mantle he wore also deserved a special mention, jet black and ultramarine, a color that mimicked the night sky and pulled in the viewer with its scattered jewels that resembled sparkling stars. But that beautiful decoration was not vaunted on the outside. It was on the inside of the mantle. What could be the meaning of it? He looks like he hides a secret. I'm afraid it might be something outrageous. Father, this esteemed person is second dono, a noble from a foreign country. My daughter, whom I'm meeting for the first time in a long time, introduced him to me with a bit of demur. Hey, Sylvia. Seems like you're still as bad as ever at lying. Your eyebrows still shake when you do. Well then, with this I know he is not some nobleman. Then, who in the world are you? Only one person comes to mind, and that is a prince. The first prince of the Castle Kingdom, Klaus-sama, is good at swordsmanship, and it is said that his skills are so good he might even be the #1 in the kingdom. The second prince, Main-sama, is rumored to be the very top of the first years in the prestigious Royal Magic Academy. The person in front of me exudes self-confidence, overflowing wealth, firm standing, intellectual vision and a transcendental calm. Whoever he is, I cannot even compare him to the royal family that I know. Good. I should try testing him here. Having thought so, I decided to behave as if we were in equal standing. If he gets angry, that would mean he only amounted to that much. If his act crumbles, then I can arrest him for impersonating nobility. Second dono, was it? I'm Noir Virginia. Thank you for your consideration. Likewise. This is surprising. With plenty of composure he smiled and returned a single word. Now I'm sure he is a foreign royalty. No mistake. If he were part of the faulty nobles over there, he would have instantly flown into a rage since a simple knight had treated him as his equal. This is an action that is always sure to expose their haughty behavior, unless it was someone belonging to royalty hiding their own status. If that's the case, there is no way I can let this chance slip and lose his grace with such a playful prank. In the first place, he doesn't seem to want to keep his identity as royalty a secret from me. Which means, I should just be honest and apologize. Along with the sound of a bang, my head hit the table as I bowed to him. Your Highness II, I sincerely apologize for trying to test you in that manner. I'm ready to receive some punishment. But if you find it in your heart to forgive this worthless me, I would love to hear what you came here for. I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He is a personage that Sylvia took the trouble to bring. She knows plenty of how I can ascertain a person's true nature and skill in the sword just by looking at them. His Highness II is definitely not a person who would bring harm. I don't know his purpose, but if I can benefit my house, and ultimately the Castle Kingdom, by aiding him, then I should just go ahead and grab this opportunity. As I bowed my head, I waited for His Highness II to speak, and hopefully, something good will befall my Virginia Knight's house. Section. How did this happen? That's what I want to know. The Operation Deceive suddenly took a weird turn. All I had planned was to, while wearing rare clothes, pretend to be a foreign noble and trick Sylvia's dad into writing a letter of introduction to the Magic Academy. It would be a letter of introduction from a man who was knighted by his ability with the sword alone. Even if there was no real power behind his backing, there would be trust, and that, in turn, would surely bring a positive reply from the Royal Magic Academy. But this was the result. What the heck? Why is Noir-san lowering his head? And what's with your highness? Testing? Punishment? I really don't get this. I glanced over to where Sylvia was. Her eyes were like dots and she was frozen solid. She has no idea either. I don't get it. No. There's one thing I do get, and that is, lift your face. That I should take advantage of this. After saying so in a voice full of pride, Noir-san raised his face. Strangely enough, even though I can't see her, I'm fairly certain of what kind of face Sylvia is making at this moment. Something like, "What are you spouting?" kind of face. But there is no turning back now. I decided to continue pretending to be a somewhat important person and see how far can I go. I too feel sorry for having to somewhat deceive you. But you see, there are some circumstances that force me to conceal my identity. You should be able to understand, right? Absolutely. I will not speak a word of this. Oh, I was just trying my luck, but it seems like it worked out. Today, I came to trouble you with 2 requests. No at all. If it is within my powers. Seems like Noir-san has been incredibly deceived. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding is he under? I'm getting increasingly worried about the Virginia family. Aren't you a knight that has sworn your allegiance to the King of Castle? In the first place, him bowing his head to some random person of unknown birth is a little. I have to admit he truly is Sylvia's father in a lot of ways. However, no matter how dumb he might be, I can't be too careless. I switched gears and made full use of my head as I thought about the next words. Then, the first one is but a trivial request. I'd like to have a connection to the Royal Magic Academy. Do you think you can do it? Yes. If you want to transfer to the first year, I can immediately write you a letter of introduction this very moment. I used to share the battlefield with an elven man called Kevin, who is now the person in charge of the first years. Wow. I thought Noir-san would be a trustworthy person, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. He really is amazing. However, transferring isn't good. The duration is quite long. All I need is to quickly sneak in and take a quick peek at the grimoires. It's fine just for a short time. Do you have any ideas? In that case, I think it would be better to make it a short-term abroad study. I see. Great idea. That way I can make it look like I came to see how foreign countries' magic academy was like. What should I do for the period? The shorter the better, but it'll be bad if I can't find the grimoires in 2 or 3 days. Oops. And speaking of which, Sylvia also needs to learn the second form and third form of the fire attribute. Would she be able to learn it by flipping through it like I did? Well, since I'm becoming a little uneasy, should I take longer? All right. 2 weeks should do for the period. Can I ask you for a letter of introduction with that in mind? Certainly. Just as Noir-san answered, his eyes glanced over towards Sylvia. It seems like he is a bit anxious about the second request. And he probably is expecting it to be about Sylvia. Noir-san seems to be quite smart. Then I wonder why is he making such a weird misunderstanding? Not that I really mind it since it was thanks to that I was saved. Well then, with the trivial request out of the way, let's move to the important one. As you wish, Noir-san replied with an understanding expression. After correcting my sitting posture, I opened my mouth. Let's get straight to the point. I've taken a liking to our Sylvia here. She has a talent for archery and magic. Would you allow her to accompany us as a companion in our travels? I slightly lowered my head as I made my request. If he allows Sylvia to accompany me right now, when the issue about the spy from the Third Night Order comes to light in the distant future, I think Noir-san will be on my side. If possible, I'd love to have some sort of direct approval from the Virginia house. However, just now I changed how I addressed myself from first person to us. Noir-san is quite sharp. I wonder if that was a stupid move? Please raise your head, Noir-san said in a panicking voice. I slowly raised my head. She is but an unskilled daughter. If your highness is fine with her, please do not hesitate to make use of her. However, are you really picking Sylvia? Seems like he has some doubt remaining. Well, no wonder. In Noir-san's eyes, Sylvia is only a girl yearning for knights whom can barely handle the sword. She isn't even treated as a knight. Certainly, she has no talent for the sword. However, for the bow and magic, we can confidently declare that she has a talent that would make her famous across the whole world. That we guarantee. Sylvia should just leave the knights and come with us, I declared with confidence. You say Sylvia is gifted? Noir-san still wasn't quite convinced. He's stubborn. She has been borrowed from the Third Night Order on a 2-year contract. After that period is over, we had the intention to come to the Night Order and ask if she could remain with me. For that, we want to borrow your power. Noir-dono. After coming so far I really want Sylvia, so I try to show it in my behavior. With all due respect. No, certainly. Noir-san tried to say something against it, but immediately denied it. And with a face as if he had finally made a decision he spoke. To request it so profoundly, I'm sure it will be as you say. I will patiently wait here to listen about her exploits that are sure to come. After Noir-san words, I could hear from behind Sylvia's audible breath filled with deep emotions. I'm not really sure what to say now, but he is giving his okay, right? It's fine to take it as that, right? That's a splendid disposition. We by no means will forget the help of the Virginia house. I nodded, satisfied, and smiled as much as I could. I then took Sylvia and left the Virginia house. Strangely, I feel like I barely have any strength in my legs, so the journey back felt a little shaky. God, I really was nervous. All the way back, Sylvia kept saying this idiot, huge idiot, not shutting up. And even though you said just being there with you made me feel like my heart would stop several times. I know that at the end, when Noir-san acknowledged your talent for the bow, your eyes got a bit watery. Then wasn't it worth it to have your heart almost stop several times? But anyway, I got my connection to the Royal Magic Academy. However, I'm scared to think this will be a lot harder than expected. I'm not lying. Those are my honest true feelings. Section. Headmaster Paula, can we speak for a moment? Royal Magic Academy, Headmaster's office. A long-eared man with beautiful features extended his hand and entered the room unreservedly. At the center of the room, surrounded by bookshelves, a pen was silently moving in a desk with documents piled up. There sat the woman of faded beauty, wearing glasses, that the man talked to. Headmaster Paula, haven't I always told you not to call me by my name, Kevin-sensei? Just as she said that, Paula stopped the hand holding the pen. Isn't it fine here? We're the only two here. Ara, I wonder if you're trying to hit on me? Ha ha ha. It's against my policy as a gentleman to try and make a move on a woman less than half my age. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, Paula held her head as she looked at the smiling Kevin. Seeing that, Kevin tried to follow up. No, don't get me wrong. I do not mean to say that Headmaster Paula is unattractive. If you were a bit more, just a bit more, maybe with 100 years more you would be inside my strike zone. I'll never understand elves and their tendency for mature women. What was that? I was speaking to myself. By the way, the age of the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy Paula Memento is 49 years old, and the age of Kevin, the teacher in charge of the first graders, is 130 years old. Although Paula is a human, and her looks are good enough to mistake her of being younger than she is, Kevin is an elf, so he looks so youthful that it's hard to think he has lived over 100 years. By the way, why did you come here? You're not here just to chit-chat, are you? When Paula asked, Kevin snapped his finger as if remembering and replied, a letter from Noir Game. That is rare, but it doesn't seem like it's just a letter. Paula gets that feeling after seeing Kevin's face. Exactly. It's written in the letter a high-class noble from another country hopes for a short-term abroad study at the Magic Academy. I would like to ask if he could study in your class alongside my daughter Sylvia for 2 weeks. As soon as Kevin's expression became serious, Paula's expression also hardened. The request itself is nothing serious. It's a 2-week short-term study abroad. The problem is, the person who made the request and the person in whose behalf the request is made. What do you think? As if he was waiting for Paula to ask, Kevin opened his mouth and replied, for that stubborn Noir to just recommend a high-class noble. In other words, he is someone Noir cannot help but to acknowledge. There's also the polite language in the letter of introduction and even going to such lengths as to place his actual daughter as guard. This is clearly an abnormal situation. I think it's necessary to take proper measures in advance. I more or less agree with you. The two people groaned with their arms folded. In the letter of introduction there is nothing about what kind of person was coming to study abroad, or for what purpose. All they knew was his name. Second, normally, this would be quite suspicious, right? Yeah, but this is a letter from that Noir. They couldn't just ignore it. His reputation as a tough knight in Alma who was serious in the ways of the sword gave the man called Noir that much trust. After that, some time passed. Paula spent a lot of time thinking about it and finally decided on some rough measures. There are 2 measures I came up with. The first, assuming that this second Kun is foreign royalty, let him spend his 2 weeks giving him a courteous reception and a more than satisfactory treatment. The other is to take the stance of treating all students equally and let his short-term study abroad conclude with a mindset of let sleeping dogs lie. So, which one should we? Both the person speaking and the one listening had bitter faces. The latter one is better, I suppose, although I'm reluctant. After all, there's a reason why second Kun can't be given exceptional treatment in my class. Along with Kevin saying so, Paula also nodded. I guess that's true. Because in your class, yeah, that's right, in Class A, is where the second Prince Main is. Chapter 14 Royal Magic Academy. A week has passed since Operation Deceive. Ever since then, Sylvia and I have fulfillingly spent our days selling the flame wolf fur, and earning experience on the side. The experience we earned was mainly by killing slimes. If you go deep into the slime forest that is located on the road from the capital to the mine, you can find a rare slime that earns you a good amount of experience. From it all, the best harvest was the wand of recovery magic, medium that dropped from a holy slime. It's a super rare item with a drop rate of only 0.05%. This wand of recovery magic, medium is a convenient wand because long as it is equipped, anyone is able to use the healing magic medium recovery. In particular, it demonstrates its true value by having a character specialized in the growth type of a healer system use it. That is because the effect ++++ is added only when healer type users handle it. ++ is a double reinforcement, and with it, it can be expected to exert 2.5 times the usual effect. With a medium recovery reinforced with ++, you can roughly recover around 50% of the HP of an intermediate player. As you can see, The added effect is quite powerful. Unfortunately, neither me nor Sylvia are the healer type, so the ++ reinforcement cannot be used. However, it's great to be able to use medium recovery without any restriction. Thank you, Holy Slime. You gave us a wonderful gift. I wonder if it would go picky, and be happy to receive my thanks section. And thus, the day to go to the Royal Magic Academy arrived. Is it really okay? Bringing her face close to me, Sylvia asked. She's been like that since a while ago. It's fine, since you killed half of them. I've already told you that's your fair share. No matter what. After giving her half of the gold from selling the flame wolf fur, she's been spouting this is too much for someone like me. We had 120 pieces of fur and they sold for 1 million apiece. 1 million x 120 is 120 million CL, of which half of it, 60 million CL, is Sylvia's share. I wonder if it's okay for me to get such a large sum of gold in addition to the bow of the blazing wolf. She's quite hesitant and with a gloomy atmosphere. Right now what should be important is to infiltrate the Magic Academy, but as is, it wouldn't be weird if we're made light of by the teachers or students. I need to convince her somehow that this is normal. Listen here, Sylvia. 60 million is something you can earn in a day. Small change is small change. Remember we're aiming to be the world's top. Stop complaining about some measly 60 million. But even 10 million in a day. Oh no. At this rate you're setting the bar too low. You're already part of the team that will become the world's top. Don't forget it. Team? Yeah, team. I'll form it soon. In Mobius, a group created by players was called Team. A minimum of 3 people is required and a quest for the team formation needed to be completed. But it was so easy that virtually anyone could create a team without problems and play with other players. I'm not sure if the same system exists in this world, but it would be safer to aim for the world's top by creating a team. Because of the team's master authority, it made it very efficient. It was very convenient to be able to freely see the stats and skill list of team members without needing their permission and to give instructions from remote locations using the team limited communication function. By all means, I want to create one when the number of companions increases. I am a member of Second Dono's team, Sylvia muttered as her eyes incessantly blinked. Seems like her confidence is gradually rising and the idea is finally beginning to settle in her mind. That's right. I am the first team member of the man who'll become the world's top. I can't be some delicate flower. She got full of spirit suddenly. She also emphasized first. Are you trying to place ranks in the members? Well, apparently she already forgot about the 60 million at least. This awkward girl is pretty cute. Section. Having such a conversation, Sylvia and I arrived at the Royal Magic Academy. Located about an hour away from the middle of the capital by horse, the school is a huge castle-like building, so big that you have to look up. Welcome. We've been expecting you. As we got down from the horses, 2 people received us. A young man apparently in his 20s and a woman who looked like she was in her late 30s. Thank you for taking the trouble of personally receiving us, teachers. I answered using the best speech that I could think of. As expected, some level of courtesy is required when you are a student and are talking to a teacher. As I bowed, I poked Sylvia with my elbow, whom was just standing surprised next to me. You are second, right? Don't worry about it. The young man asked me. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. Yeah. I am second and next to me is Sylvia. I thank you in advance for taking care of us these next 2 weeks. After I said so with a smile, the man and woman exchanged glances, and then the woman began to speak. I'm Paula Memento, the headmaster. Nice to meet you. And this here is Kevin. I'm the homeroom teacher of the first year's class A, where we will be welcoming second Kun. Nice to meet you. I shook hands with the 2 people. So, the headmaster is a woman, huh? Unexpected. And Kevin-san seems like he's the elf Noir-san was talking about. Similarly, the 2 people exchanged greeting with Sylvia. By the way, I wonder what kind of treatment would Sylvia get? I'm sorry for the sudden question, but will Sylvia be also in Class A? Yes, she will. The accommodations during the study abroad period will not be a dormitory but an inn. Therefore you won't be separated. Paula was the one who answered. I see, Sylvia is supposed to be my personal guard. Damn, was my question weird? All right, shall we go? We entered the school building while being guided by Kevin-san. They don't seem to be suspicious of me right now, but I need to keep my act together for the next 2 weeks. Section. I'm thinking for today, I'll have you attend classes in the morning and give you some guidance about the school building in the afternoon. How does that sound? Will you be the guide, Kevin-sensei? No, a student will. I asked in class A for someone, so it's already been decided whom will. The afternoon is basically self-study and homework time, but if you're an excellent student you'll find yourself with some free time. Is that so? You have my thanks. All right. Let's kill some time in class for now and squeeze information from the kid who will be my guide in the afternoon. Although I say that, all I care is finding the location of the grimoires. Okay, we've arrived. This is the class A. While I was laughing in my mind, we've apparently arrived at the classroom. Kevin-san opened the door without hesitation. The inside of the classroom was structured in the shape of a fan, similar to the university lecture rooms, and desks were lined up horizontally like steps. So, there are around 30 students, huh? All of them were seated in silence. Good morning everyone. Well, as was announced the other day, 2 transfer students will be spending 2 weeks with Class A starting today. Let me introduce them to you. Second Kun. Sylvia-san, come in. Kevin-san spoke indifferently and then called out to us. Seems like it's our turn. Sylvia and I stepped into the classroom. In that moment, all the students breathed in at the same time. Then it suddenly became noisy. It's now been a while since I came to this different world, so by now I know the reason. I think, maybe it's because of my appearance. Mine is a beautiful figure that is impossible to exist in reality. Really? As expected from the one-time premium store avatar. All right then, introduce yourselves. Having reached the teaching platform, Kevin-san urged us. I've come visiting from the island nation of Zipang. My name is Second. Nice to meet you all. See Sylvia Virginia. Thank you for your consideration. When I gracefully made a light, elegant bow, the mellow voice of some girls could be heard. The male students, on the other hand, are dead quiet. Seems like they're in a trance looking at Sylvia's lovely face. Thank you. You two can go ahead and take a seat. Section. Our seats were in the front row, right in the middle. I can feel a lot of stares directed at us. Since we have some new faces today, let's start by reviewing the basics. After making sure we were on our seats, Kevin-san immediately began the class. This would probably be quite boring for me. With that idea in mind, I decided to half-listen to the lecture section. The morning class was finally over. The contents of the class were shockingly unexpected. I mean, what's up with a deep understanding in important in exercising magic, and in order to deepen such knowledge, all magicians aim to enter the school. It's my first time hearing such a thing. Can they not learn magic after reading a grimoire? Understanding magic and deepening such understanding. I have no idea what that's about. While listening to such a class, I gradually began to grow anxious and even started to wonder I might not be able to learn what I need by reading a book. I, who was having such an internal conflict, came to Kevin-san at the end of the class. I'd love if you could introduce me the person who will be my guide. I'd like to have lunch together and deepen our friendship. Those were the words I came up with since I was quite impatient. Afterwards, Kevin-san's eyes rounded as if surprised for just a moment, then he spoke. Sure, I don't mind. Ah, there he is, Main-kun. Ah, here. Did you call for me, sensei? A male student named Main came after being called out by Kevin-san. His appearance was closer to a beautiful boy, Bishoun, rather than a beautiful young man, Bison. His height was slightly lower than Sylvia at around 160 centimeters and had a very thin complexion, giving off a timid impression. Maybe because he looked up to me due to our height difference. With his pretty face, he looked closer to a girl than a boy. Are your preparations for the afternoon guidance ready? Second Kun here would like to have lunch with you in order to break the ice earlier. It's a bit sooner than I told you, but could you take him to the cafeteria? Yes. It's fine by me. Good to hear. Then, I leave him in your hands. Main nodded to Kevin-san's words. His blonde hair swung smoothly like silk. "Excuse me, is it alright to ask him questions regarding magic?" I stopped Kevin-san and asked if I could get that sort of information from Main before he left. "I don't want it to be misunderstood." "No problem. He is the top of the first graders." "I see." It was a silly question. I laughed at myself as I smiled and turned back. "He is the top. And I'm free to ask him anything? What a great luck." "Main, thanks for showing me around." When I said so while smiling, Main stared at me in puzzlement for a second, then he smiled too. "Yeah, leave it to me, second-san." "Good, good. He's not suspicious of me. If he's like this, I should be able to easily find out where the grimoire are." "Oops, before that." "Sylvia, let's go to the cafeteria." "Oh, okay. Excuse me, can you let me through?" "Sorry." I gave a helping hand to Sylvia, who was being bombarded by questions by the female students who had her surrounded. Right after the class ended, Kevin-san left as if he was in a hurry and had forgotten there was somewhere he needed to be, or at least that's how he tried to make it look. "Seems like I'll need to take some measures just in case." "Sorry, I kept you." After rushing Sylvia suddenly stopped. Her sight was turned towards Main. "Prince Main?" "Eh? Prince? There is no difference in our rank inside the school. Please treat me as your equal." Main, whom until just a moment ago was smiling cheerfully, suddenly turned expressionless as he replied, "Prince." In other words, Main is a prince of the Castle Kingdom? Forgive me for my rude beer. I'm sorry, Main Dono." Sylvia bowed back and immediately apologized. It was the movements of a person accustomed to being yelled at. "Anyway, a prince, huh? This is my first time seeing one. Somehow, he looks different from the image I had. Kneel before me. Feels more like it than please treat me as your equal." "Well, let's do as he says and treat him as my equal. Anyway, second-san, let me take you to the cafeteria." Suddenly, Main pulled me by the hand. He sure is assertive. Although he was cold to a beauty like Sylvia, he is assertive with me. This guy can't be, right? No, wait, no. No, but what if? No, but maybe. But I heard that in older times, kings and nobles had that sort of disposition. Arg, what is this? It really bothers me, but that's exactly why I have to be serious about this. If there comes a day when this prince aims for my back hole, could I refuse such authority at that time? All right, let's ask him straight up. "Hi Main, are you gay?" "Of course not." "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Main denied it while his face was red as a tomato. Sylvia's jaw seemed to be disjointed since her mouth was fully agape and her eyes rounded in shock. "Because you seem to favor me way more than Sylvia, so I thought maybe you like that, you know?" "What do you mean by that? You got it wrong. I like girls." "Is that so?" "You know you don't have to hide it, right?" "Hey Sylvia, you two say something." "Me? No. His Highness Main is probably just wary of women. After all, he is the second prince. I'm asking you in all seriousness." "Ouch. Do you really need to hit me?" I spent the rest of the road to the cafeteria arguing with this girl. By the time we arrived at the cafeteria, we three had already opened our hearts to each other. Section: "How was it?" "Headmaster's office." Kevin answered Paula's question. "He is outrageous. He didn't even know the second prince." "And those weren't lies." "That is, it's incredible how much composure overflows from his whole body." "Just where is a royal family like that?" Remembering the unique atmosphere Second was clad in, Kevin sighed. What he perceived as composure were remnants of Second seeing this world still as a game since he was aiming to the world's top, but Kevin would never be able to understand it as such. Even if he had lived for over 100 years, there was no way for him to know the thoughts of a man who had bet everything in his life into that game. Speaking of which, he said he came from an island nation called Zipang. Could he be the king of Zipang? It is not good to try to guess, but well, in any case, he probably has a standing higher than the second prince. He didn't know the second prince of a country he came to visit, or in other words, he had no need to know of him. Therefore, it could be inferred that Zipang was above the Castle Kingdom. Zipang. I've never heard of it before. I'll look into it. Please do. After such conversation, They both returned to their respective jobs, and the 2 weeks where these two people's stomach would hurt had begun. Chapter 15 Backbiting Boys. Second San. I've taken a liking to you. At the empty school cafeteria, as soon as I finished my beef bowl, Maine said those words. Just as I was removing the bad aftertaste of his previous words with this meal, he went and brought it up again. Hey, what's with that condescending attitude? I'm the man who will be the world's top, according to my plans. When I answered back, a full smile was plastered on Maine's face. That's exactly what I mean, Second San. This is the first time I've spoken to such an unreserved person. With a self-satisfied expression, Maine seemingly entered his own world. After hearing that there would be no difference in status in the Royal Magic Academy, I was really looking forward to enrolling here, but soon I came to the realization that everyone still saw me as the second prince. No matter if it's at the palace or at school, I'm just the second prince. My mother is the only person who sees me as myself. Well, that's a common story. Say second dono. Next to me, Sylvia poked my sides. Oh, so you can make this kind of voice, huh? No, it's okay, Sylvia-san. That's a part that I really like about second San. No, but he was quite rude. You mean when he asked me, are you gay? Right after meeting me for the first time? That's a thing of the past. Sylvia couldn't say anything back. After drinking some cold water, I opened my mouth and moved to the main subject. By the way, Maine, do you know where the grimoires are stored? If you're speaking about the ones inside the school, the first form and second form are in the library. The third form one is also in the library, but you need the permission of the head librarian if you want to borrow it. And then, the fourth form. Wait, there's also the fourth form in here? No, the fourth form one supposedly is being kept in the royal palace, although I've only seen it once. I see. What a shame. If the fourth form grimoire was here, I would have saved the trouble of going to an upper class dungeon to get it to drop. Second San, do you want to read them? Yeah. I want to read the second form and third form ones. When I answered immediately, Maine appeared to be very intrigued. Are grimoires that rare in Zipang? That's right. They are rare. Crap. Now that I remember, I came here with that backstory. I just want to take a quick glance at them. I wonder if I'll be allowed to? I tried to change the flow of the conversation, but somehow faltered. No good. Ahaha, there's no need to be flustered about it. I'll show you to the library later. Oh, okay. Thanks. That'd be great. Safe. Well then, it's about time we should get going, Maine said while standing up. And then he started to guide us. Section. This is the library. Although it is already closed, Maine was very thorough and gave us polite information about each building in the academy, but by the time we arrived at the main course, it was already dark outside. Certainly, there were many open grounds, gymnasiums, large lecture halls, and many other places that I could only describe with wow. So I think it was nice of him to take the time to guide me. But Maine's explanations were way too long. Although I told him I wasn't that interested, every time we came across something he would go, by the way, and did you know, and explain to me when it was built and by who. This was each and every time, almost as if he was an erudite. I can see why Maine is the top of the first year. This guy surely has got some weird information mania. Truly a deviant prince who knows nothing but to gather knowledge. The library can be used by any student of the Royal Magic Academy, so you should try again tomorrow. By the way, the chief librarian is an excellent woman who had experience working at the Royal Great Library. The headmaster scouted her directly not long ago, looking forward to her ability. There he goes again. Okay, that much is enough, Prince. I placed my hand on Maine's back, trying to stop his erudite side from going on, and subtly suggested that we go back. Sylvia too, as one would expect, had a fed-up look, and her worn-out appearance could be seen following me from behind. Maine, how are you going to go back? When I asked, Maine looked around and said, soon, someone will. I've come to pick you up. The next moment, a woman in maid clothes showed up from somewhere. How did she do it? I had a lot of fun today. Well, see you tomorrow. Second San, Sylvia-san. Maine said that, waving his hand as he left with his maid. Section. I'm dead tired. That should be my line. Sylvia, who heard my mutter, responded a bit angrily and held her head. Second dono. Seriously? I seriously beg you, please. That was really bad for my heart. Seriously. She begged me while continuously repeating seriously. Looks like this was a mentally taxing day for her. What a poor thing. Who dared treat you like that? But wait, maybe this was a good outcome. After all, don't worry, Sylvia, from tomorrow onwards you'll be holed up in the library. You have to learn the fire attribute magic, right? Gosh. In order to master magic archery you first need to master magic. At least I want her to learn the third form of fire attribute attack magic similar to the bow of the blazing wolf's attack. I'll do my own thing. Isn't that great? When I said so while smiling, Sylvia muttered, but that would be somewhat. Feeling a bit troubled. I don't know why she's being sulky, but she looks kinda cute. I know, right? Ha ha ha. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Suddenly, I heard some voices from the back of the dimly lit corridor. Seems like there were still some students apart from me and Sylvia in the school building. It happened when I was thinking, since I can't enter the library today, I wonder if I should go back to the inn. Anyways, did you see it? That guy was a transfer student. Yeah, I did. Unbelievable. Men and women. Seems like a rumor about me has begun. Since I was a bit anxious and curious, I hugged the edge of the hallway and decided to listen. Not sure if Sylvia was also curious, but she was sticking tightly behind my back. He was with Prince Main. I wonder if there's something there. Oh, that nerdy, mama boy. Hey, if someone hears you say that, it's okay. There's nobody here to listen. Anyway, don't you agree with me? Well, it's true that he gets on my nerves. For a guy who looks down on us, I can only hear it as sarcastic when he says to not worry about status. That's why he's a loner. Ha 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 ha, totally a loner. Serves him right. I know. Ha 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 ha. Wow. What terrible things to say. That is slander. But still, was that guy Main a loner? Or maybe he's being indirectly bullied? Can't be helped. We're not even friends yet. Maybe I could make a connection to the Castle royal family and have them show me the fourth form book. No. There's nothing I can do. It can't be helped then. While I was giving myself excuses with the yeah, that's right, their backbiting laughter increased a notch. After all, he can get any grade he wants with gold, right? He sure can't take it lightly since he's a prince. Meanwhile we're busting our asses. It's really disgusting. That stupid goody two-shoes act of his. Like this, he will surely get all buddy-buddy with that new meek transfer student. Trash likes to gather more trash. Just kidding. Oh, then what about that useless demi-human? I totally forgot. That incompetent is also with him. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Huh? It was at that moment Sylvia somehow jumped out. What are you doing so suddenly? Somehow, the same words that Sylvia said to me escaped from my mouth. Transfer student bastards. Was that discrimination against demi-humans? What I'm asking is that was discrimination against demi-humans? I see. Did that trigger Sylvia's sense of justice? Lol. If so, then it can't be helped. Anyway, it's been a while since I last saw her knightly figure, although I don't really miss it. Oh, I suppose you don't know, but there's this girl called Limptfert in F class, and she's a failure. Yeah, for real, she's a total incompetent. And she also happens to be a demi-human. So, it's not really discrimination. These slandering boys are desperately trying to make up excuses. Is that so? Then, what about the matter of calling me and second dono trash? Their faces are turning paler and paler. I'm sure we can come to an understanding if we speak this out. Right? That's not what I asked you. After Sylvia dropped her fist on top of those two guys' heads, they both went away crying. You geese should be grateful that Sylvia's strength stat is low. I successfully punished them. Sylvia, with a face that said how was it? Did you see it? Smiled proudly as she turned towards me. I'm sure if this girl was a dog, her tail would be swinging from side to side. I hope this doesn't become a problem later on. Well, no use worrying about it. I'm leaving. I left the school building while looking at the map of the inn that Kevin-san gave me earlier. The failure demi-human, Limptfert, It more or less became stuck with me. Chapter 16 Flashback. The next day, I properly paid attention to the lessons. Then came the afternoon. We went to the library. Is it okay for me to see the second form grimoires of all attributes? Yeah, it's fine. Please give me a moment. After speaking to the librarian lady at the reception desk, she answered as so and went to the back of the library. With a "here you go," she handed me 4 grimoires. She was quite friendly. She had nice looks too. All right. After flipping the pages of the second form grimoire of the fire attribute attack magic, I opened my status window to confirm the magic skill of fire attribute, second form properly showing there, and then I passed the book on to Sylvia. It had nothing to do with deep understanding or anything like that. Maybe because it is magic that I used in the game in my previous life. It is determined that I already possess a deep understanding of it. I wonder if that's it? Well, I was able to learn it, so it doesn't matter. Already? Yeah, I learned it. The same as ever. Looking at Sylvia that was by my side, I flipped the pages of the remaining 3 books and handed them over to her. Okay, I learned them all. Next is the third form. Excuse me, is it possible to take a look at the third form grimoires? Please wait a minute. A little embarrassed, the librarian lady headed towards the back of the library again. After waiting for a while, she came back accompanied by a fat 50-year-old woman who wore thick makeup. Nice to meet you. I'm Silk, the head librarian. Are you the Roma transfer student? Yeah, I'm second. She might be named Silk, but she sure isn't silky at all. Rather, she looks like some badly wrapped gift with some weird wrapping paper pattern someone hastily slapped together. What a good-looking guy. A pleasure to meet you. Oh, okay. She energetically shook my hands. Her hands felt more like cream bread, having that puny texture, or rather poisonous bread due to those eerie purple-colored nails. Well then, I heard you want to see the third form grimoires. May I ask you some questions first? Yes. First, can you tell me the purpose? Silk asked with a smiling face, but behind those eyes she wasn't smiling at all. They're quite rare in my country, you see, so I just hope to get a chance to glance at them. I see. Then, is that the same reason why you looked at the second form ones first? That's right. They are very rare. Then, excuse me for being blunt, you don't seem to be interested much in the contents. Also, the third form is very similar to the second form, so I wonder if you won't get bored just flipping through it? No, there's no way I can. There are many things that can be felt from the book itself aside from its contents. For example, or the feeling of the people who have used it previously, its history, and many other things. To begin with, since they are rare, there's this deep emotion simply by having it in your hand. I see. However, it's difficult to lend them just for that reason. Damn. This old hag is a tough one. To tell you the truth, the loaning procedure of the third form books requires the approval of several people, therefore a justifiable reason needs to be given to fill in the paperwork. I am very sorry, but this time we will have to refuse the loan request. I understand. It's a shame. Crap, it was useless. I was so naive. Damn it. Silk then bowed and left with the same smiling face. I was totally hated. This is bad. I'll have to think of some other method. Second dono. How was it? Right after I returned, Sylvia asked me that, to which I answered that it was useless. So there are things that even second dono is useless at. Sylvia laughed for some reason. It made me angry, so I told her just hurry up and learn it already and gave her a finger flick on the forehead. Decopin. Sylvia certainly learned soldier archery and lance archery in about 15 minutes at the comic kit, while the first form grimoire took her about 1 hour of thoroughly reading it before she finally learned it. Is it because this girl has a deep understanding, or it's just a difference in talent? I can say that I never expected her, being the magic archer type, to be struggling this much to learn magic. I wonder if I'll be able to learn this in just 2 weeks. Second dono. Don't you have something like a trick to make this easier? Sylvia then asked me for help. Trick, a word I really dislike. When I was the world's #1 player in my previous life, a lot of fledgling players came and asked me for tips, saying teach me how to be strong. Do you have any tips for raising PS player skills? and many other similar questions in chat. That was really irritating. Share with us the tricks to becoming the world's #1. They cheerfully asked me that. But it was easy to see the selfish underlying motive they had. Just remembering irritates me. This is the first time I've heard the word trick after coming to this world, but I don't feel uncomfortable at all. I wonder why? Sylvia shamelessly said if I can't learn it in 2 weeks, then I will just be a bother. As she asked me for any tricks I could share with her. It's pleasant that she cares so much. The difference between her and the guys in my previous life is like heaven and earth. Actually, it makes me happy to be relied upon. All right. I was planning to do something else today, but let's change that schedule. I will teach you. While savoring for the first time in my life the joy of teaching others, I sat next to Sylvia, who looked so cute with her happy and joyful face. Section. Up to this far is fine for today. Around the time for the library to close, I shut the pattern-engraved grimoire. It was the first time that I properly read the contents of a grimoire, but its contents were long and difficult to read sentences. Similar to a thesis, it should be easier to understand by practical application than simply by reading it. Having thought so, I began to explain to Sylvia in a manner similar to a wiki, like what kind of effect does this magic exert? In what situation should you use it? Against what king of monster is this effective? Etc. In order for her to learn it. Sylvia was like a serious student, properly listening to what I was saying while taking notes, and occasionally asking questions. Did you acquire it? No, sorry. Not yet. Is that so? Well, don't worry about it. After asking her, Sylvia shook her head apologetically. If she could learn it in a day, then there would be little sense to building a magic academy. We returned the grimoires and left the library. We grew up a bit. Well, shall we go back to the inn? Whoa. A cute girl with cat ears appeared in front of me. She gave a little scream and her eyes rounded into perfect circles as she looked at me with a lost-in-thought face. Her blue-green eyes reflected the light of the hallway. Sharp, acute teeth stuck out from the edge of her mouth and her pointy ears stood out in her fluffy, chestnut-colored short-cut hair. In addition, a tail was peeking out from the back of her skirt. A cat? Anyway, she has an incredibly foolish look on her face. So handsome. It talked. You mean me? That's right. She's somewhat cute. I'm Limptfert. And you are? Limptfert. Oh, so you are the infamous. Second. Just as Iko called my name, she approached me with a huge smile. And then, she noticed Sylvia that was behind me. Ah. And you are? Sylvia Virginia. My best regards. Sylvia. Best regards. They shook hands with a smile. Although, a moment after having her hand shook so energetically, Sylvia seemed to be somewhat troubled. Somehow, just looking at this girl makes me feel a bit happy. Such a cherishing manner. No. To say that such a harmless girl is a useless demi-human. Isn't she just being bullied? It's inexcusable. Sorry to butt in. Hey Iko, would you happen to have some sort of problem? While it might be none of my business, I happened to hear about it. Eh? I don't think so. Seems like there's nothing wrong. Huh? Is that so? Come tell me if you happen to have some sort of trouble. I'll do something about it. Really? Thank you. Ah, so cute. I want her. I want her to become our companion. Still, there's one thing that bothers me. By the way, what's with that large package? Next to Iko was a cart. It was loaded with an amount of baggage as tall as her. About 1 meter and 40, I think. This? As you can see, everyone asked me for something. Ah, I see. She's their errand girl. Looking at it closely, the contents of the package was all books. Surely those are all books being delivered from the F class. Did you put them in the cart and carry them all alone to the library? Admirable. Are you all right? I'm fine. Since I'm pretty strong, I'm fine. Iko proudly stuck her flat chest out with a foo-foo. Is that so? But, since I'm here anyways, let me help you. Really? Yeah. This me will personally help you. It's a rare occurrence, so you should feel honored. After I said so in a haughty attitude, Iko's happy face suddenly turned sad for some reason. Second, thank you, but I will do this by myself. Huh? Why? Because this is the only thing I can do to help. That's why I'll do my best to help everyone. And if everyone sees that I'm more and more helpful, I'm sure they will be kinder to me. Section. Suddenly, my heart hurt. I was reminded of something. What is it? From the depths of my heart, a voice that said please stop kept echoing. Please stop, Iko. That is. See you. After waving her hand, Iko continued to move that package with a lot of effort. That honest and frantic manner, that figure of a hard-working fool, and that fruitless effort. Seeing again the gear that no matter how much effort it puts in, it never interlocks with the others, made me remember the root of this pain. Pointless. No matter what I did in the game, nothing ever changed. There in the game, I worked harder than anyone, I even became the world's #1, but deep down I knew the reality of it. That it was useless, it was a waste to bet my life on that. Yes, useless. I already tasted the depths of that despair, and was made aware that I hated it. Was all the effort I put into it wasted? Was I an idiot, a piece of trash, a joke of a human being? I kept asking myself those questions until the very day of my death. I ran away. I ran away to the game, because I couldn't accomplish anything in the real world. I ran away from society because it was a bother. I ran away from others. I ran away from the daily life. I hated it, so I ran away. Like an angry child throwing a tantrum because he doesn't get what he wanted. Believing everything was against me, I began to despise everything in return, a vicious cycle of self-deceit and justification. And at the very end, I irresponsibly threw everything away and ran away from life itself. Then, I came to this world. Truly a miracle. You could call it God's blessing. That helpless me was miraculously saved. However, would Iko also get her miracle? There's no guarantee in that. Eventually, Iko too will taste a despair similar to mine. No, she might already be tasting it. I can see how painful her feelings are. That's exactly why. Because I already noticed it with my eyes, I want to extend my hand to her and save her. Those are my true feelings. Second donor. Sylvia's anxious voice returned me back from my sea of thoughts. Iko already carried the luggage and was no longer there. Sorry. Shall we go back? I left the school along with Sylvia. Iko Limptfert somewhere. There's that girl who is similar to the past me. Chapter 17. That scent. Midnight. I lie on the bed at the inn, trying to think of a solution. Isn't there some way for me to save Iko? Is she really an incompetent? For argument's sake, let's say she is. Can an incompetent really enter the Magic Academy? That bothers me. The Royal Magic Academy divides each year into 6 groups, ranging from F to A, and the better the student, the closer they are to Class A. However, even if Iko belongs to Class F, this is an elite magic academy in the kingdom. For Iko to be enrolled here, she should have some knowledge of magic, and should be able to handle magic in no small measure. Then, why is she being labeled as a failure? I can think of several possible causes. For example, her growth type is combat specialized, therefore her magic-related stat is low in comparison. I believe this is the most likely scenario. Even if you could use magic, if your intelligence is low, then the damage you'll deal will be laughable. If that's the case, then it can't be helped that she's labeled as a failure. Another one would be, she has learned magic, but her amount of MP is low. This could be the case too. No matter how much magic you learn, you won't be able to use it unless you have the sufficient amount of MP. The third one could be, she has enough MP, but has not learned magic yet. Somehow, the short Iko gives me the feeling that she couldn't read such a difficult grimoire. This possibility also seems high. And the fourth one, simply because she is a demi-human. I don't want to entertain this thought too much, but according to Sylvia, in the Castle Kingdom there is some deep-rooted discrimination and persecution against demi-humans and dark elves. However, this might be the straw that broke the camel's back. Chances are high that this is discrimination against being a demi-human, combined with some inability the person in question must have. Then, what should I do? I spent a great deal of time that night worrying about that kid. Section. Then, morning came, and as a result of spending the whole night thinking it over, I came to a conclusion. That is, Sylvia, I was thinking on inviting Iko. Make Iko a companion, have her show me her status, predict her growth type, confirm if her current direction is unfit and, similar to Sylvia, decide on a position where she would be a good at. She's working hard to be useful to others, but as she is right now, Her effort might just be wasted. Therefore, I thought to provide her of an environment where she could be of use. Second dono. My path lies with you, the same as your path now lies with me. I'm not happy about this either. I'm just a lucky person. Sylvia also wanted to do something about Iko, so she kneeled before me and spoke with an inspiring expression. I would love if she could stop playing night this early in the morning though. I don't know if Iko could be convinced. In the worst case, I'll try to have her show me her status and give her some advice on the path she should be moving forward to. To become our companion would mean for her to drop out of school. It's not an easy decision to make. I'll talk to Iko on the premise that she will turn me down. That should be fine. Without second dono's advice, I would not have noticed my very own potential. I want her to notice it too, nodded Sylvia. And so, we went to the school in a slightly refreshed mood. Section R. Sylvia raised her voice as soon as we passed by the school gate. In front of us was the mud-covered figure of Iko, sitting in the middle of the road. This was obviously weird. I got this intense feeling of discomfort. What happened? Are you okay? Sylvia was the first to rush forward. I also ran up while looking at the surroundings. The cause of my discomfort soon came to light. Every student walking the road avoided speaking to Iko. They walked by without stopping and turned a blind eye to her. Ignoring her, it was possible to say this was something done with ill intent. Hey, Iko. What happened? Are you okay? Did you trip and fall? I reached out my hand to her as I spoke. I'm fine. Please don't speak to me. It was a scream of rejection. Iko shook off my approaching hand and stood up with a desperate look, running away from me as if escaping. This is, that indeed, it's awful. That scent that I only smelled once, the smell of despair. I'm not sure what exactly happened to her, but this much I know at least. Iko was indeed aware of it, that her efforts were in vain, and it now had been thrusted at her. The fact that no matter how much useless efforts you make trying to fool yourself into thinking otherwise, your reality won't change. She was now forced to look straight at it, at this reality that she always looked away from, causing her to despair. That is not good. It's too sorrowful. Everyone is allowed to have a dream. Isn't that right? Save you. A mutter escaped my lips as I chased after Iko. This might be presumptuous of me. There's some uncertainty. But Sylvia is also coming along with me. Both our paths are the same one, just the same as what Sylvia was saying. Reassuring. Companions are awesome. If it's like this, won't you become one too? Section. Don't come. We finally cornered Iko. It took us over an hour to finally reach this situation. By now, classes most likely have already started. Even so, this girl is quite slow on her feet. The problem was, every time I caught her and grabbed her arm, she forcefully shook me off and escaped again. An hour after we started, Sylvia was the first one to drop, dead tired. Iko seemed to still have some SP left. Her legs are slow. She is quite strong, and she had plenty SP. Additionally, her intelligence is low, maybe. A certain expectation runs in my head. It's okay. Don't worry. We just want to talk to you. Sylvia said so while desperately gasping for air. There's nothing to talk about. Leave. Iko still stubbornly refused. Just leave me alone. Tears spilled from her eyes. She had probably endured them up until now. Crouching in that spot, Iko began to cry. I'd love to ask her what happened, but right now doesn't seem like a good time. No good. We can't speak like this. Still, I can't just leave like this without speaking with her. She might even resort to suicide. What should I do? After thinking about it for a while, I could only come up with one thing. A gamble. A huge bet. Well, I'll just do it. My prediction might be totally off, but this is the only thing I could think of. Sylvia, don't be surprised. After saying that, I approached Iko. Don't come. Iko still rejected me with a feeble voice. When I was in front of her, I pulled out my sword. Second dono. What are? Sylvia became flustered, but I can't stop it anymore. Immediately after, I cleanly cut my left hand off. Chapter 18 Muscle Priest. Iko raised her voice, not really understanding the situation that was developing in front of her eyes. You idiot, don't come. I stopped Sylvia, who was trying to get close to me and provide first aid. Kaiawa, sounded the shocked scream of Iko. Hey, it's me who wants to scream. God, it hurts. TCHR, damn it, I have to endure. If I make Iko a member in this situation, then being the world's top will definitely become easier. Why? Because Iko, you are suited for recovery magic. Use this and show me you can heal my hand. She is a muscle monk after all. I hope. I see can't do it. No way. While shaking her head in denial, Iko kept crying. It's fine, just do it. Hold this wand. I pushed the wand onto Iko. It's the wand of recovery magic. Medium, the super airdrop from the holy slime that allows anyone to use the healing magic medium recovery just by holding it. If Iko's growth type is really the muscle monk, then the additional effect of ++ limited to the healer types will be activated, and my hand will recover instantly. Damn, it hurts. Hurry up. But, no buts. I told you, you can do it. Just hurry up. Oh, okay, I yelled at her. Sweat was coming out from my whole body, and I was attacked by intense nausea and dizziness. I'm about to reach my limit. Iko brightly nodded while still shedding some tears, and with shaky hands she desperately held the wand. Yes, like that. Do it. I know you can do it. Believe in yourself. Notice it. This is your way out. Oh? That was probably her surprised voice, since she now found medium recovery in her skill list column. I'm going to start. While holding the wand very tightly, Iko activated medium recovery. The next moment, just as I saw the dazzling light coming out from the wand, it wrapped around me, and then, my left hand returned to its original form as if nothing had ever happened. Thank God. Iko gave a surprised cry due to the dazzling light that came out of the wand, and fell back on her buttocks. Silly girl. Sorry. Can't stand. Second dono. Maybe it's because I lost too much blood, but my head felt light and I fell on the ground. While enduring the nausea and the urge to vomit with all my might, I slowly began to lose consciousness. Muscle monk. I noticed that was Iko's growth type. While we were chasing her, her legs were slow. She was quite strong, she had plenty of SP, and she was considered a failure in the Magic Academy. In other words, her intelligence was very low. Those elements that seems to be unfit for a magician, are the perfect characteristics of a muscle monk. For the muscle monks, their intelligence, agility, dexterity, and luck are at extremely low levels. Particularly their intelligence and dexterity stats are much lower than heavy warriors and other battle types. Instead, their HP, MP, SP, strength, vitality and magic resistance are at a very high level, especially their HP, MP and SP, which are stupidly high, to the point where she was able to win in stamina against the intermediate class Sylvia. Because their intelligence is low, they aren't suitable for magic. They aren't suitable for archery either, since their dexterity is low. Their strength is reasonable, but they can't make good use of it in offense since their agility is low. Their MP is large even though they have low intelligence. Although a character with these stats might seem useless at first glance, there were some players who preferred this specific growth type. That's because every well-known team always had a player who was of this type, of the muscle monk type. Why? Because it was the ideal tank role. Taking advantage of their high HP, SP and vitality, the muscle monks use their shield to become an impenetrable wall and protect the other party members from taking damage from monsters. Furthermore, they could recover their HP using healing magic on themselves. In other words, they could continue tanking for as long as they had MP. Also, unlike attack magic, healing magic is not affected by the total intelligence value. Since intelligence as a stat is directly connected to the value of the strength of the attack magic, it has no relation with the effect of healing magic. Therefore, the muscle monk growth type is for cultivating macho man-like healers who can play the endless role of being a tank while continuously self-healing. Those guys were also known as the Berlin Wall, a solid wall that would not crumble for 28 years. Right. Muscle monks are such a strong growth type. While the heavy warriors and heavy knights were conventional tanks, the muscle monks were specialized in tanking and were the ones playing the most active part as forefront players. If Iko, being the muscle monk type, becomes a companion, then our group will be advance guard, center, rear guard. The muscle monk Iko, the all-rounder me, and the magic archer Sylvia, we can form a proper team without anything to criticize. We can aim higher, reach the world's first place much faster. I really want her. Those were my thoughts. Certainly, I still had the desire to save her crushed and despairing heart, which closely resembled the me of the past. Because I knew of a way to save her, I couldn't help but to reach out to her, but at the same time, the feeling of I want obedient companions was growing bigger and bigger inside me. All in order to reach the world's #1 spot. I'm trying to take advantage of her, thinking that healing magic is useful, and hoping for her to become our companion. If I think about it, it was the same for Sylvia. That was a semi-forceful invitation, taking advantage of the weakness in her heart. I wonder if they're alright with this? I wonder if I am alright with this? I'm uneasy. Being unreasonable, using your emotions, somehow managing to convince you, and forcing you to follow me. But I really want you to come with me. I beg you. Please come with me. With me. Somehow, I had a scary dream. When I woke up, I was in a bed. Looking closely, this is one of the rooms of the inn. Hey, you're awake. When I called out, Sylvia's lively voice resounded and she hurriedly grabbed my right hand. Don't push yourself too hard. If you had lost this hand, you wouldn't be able to become the world's #1. While gently stroking my right hand, Sylvia spoke in a quiet voice. It's somewhat hard to say, but it wasn't that one. It was the left hand. Sylvia's ears turned bright red. Ouch. She silently pinched the back of my hand and then quickly left the room. I feel relieved for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. Second. Along with a bang, the door was forcibly opened and Iko jumped in. She then dove into my chest, muttering I'm sorry while in tears. I'm not sure why she's being sorry though, but rather than being apologized to, this is actually a chance. Iko, I'll say it again, healing magic is suitable for you. Quit the school and come with me. Even after everything I thought before, I'll take advantage of her. But I really think that is something that will become her salvation. Raising her face while still crying, Iko showed me full smile. I'm happy. Will I be useful? Yeah, let's go, together. I pushed my invitation. Iko was about to nod with a smile, but suddenly, a shadow descended on her face. But, she seems to be troubled. I want to go, but I can't go. It looked like that kind of anguish. Is there a reason for that? By the way, is there a reason why you might not be able to drop out from school? How do you know? Iko's rounded eyes looked up to me as she raised a surprised voice. Because I'll be the world's top. Here, tell me what it is, I proudly said and waited for Iko to begin speaking. You see, Iko began talking after wiping her tears. Apparently, she's from a demi-human village in a remote country. Since a young age, Iko has had a stupidly high amount of MP, and when her father, who knew of it, started proudly boasting about it to everyone, the whole village began to grow their expectation that Iko would have talent for magic. The story began to grow and grow until last year. It was then that she was admitted into the prestigious Royal Magic Academy using the money that was collected from everyone in the village. A genius from a remote demi-human village. If Iko were to become a splendid magician, it would lead to the village revitalization. They probably had such shallow thinking. How did she pass the entrance exam? Just because Iko had low intelligence due to her particular growth type, didn't mean she had problems acquiring skills and magic knowledge. Rather, she was excellent. She had already acquired the second form of 2 attributes, earth and wind. However, the power of her magic was less than half of that of other students. Therefore, she was considered a failure. That's the reason why I can't quit. I can't betray the expectations that everyone in the village placed in me. The expectations of everyone in the village. What good can come from those? They are just a huge weight on her. One that has crushed this girl's heart and still continues to crush her even more. Don't worry. Here I have a way out. A way out. Luckily there's a good way out. Unlike for the past me. A good way out? Yeah. So, rest assured. I nodded deeply. Then I told Iko I will be the world's #1. The first place in the whole world. Do you get it? the very top of the whole world. There won't be anyone stronger than me, and you will be a member of that team. Think carefully. Is there anything more distinguished than that? The Royal Magic Academy is just some bullshit. The court magicians have terrible judgment. The villagers will surely be satisfied and more than happy. They will build you a bronze statue in the middle of the village over your legendary glory, and that day will start a festival that will continue for 3 days and 3 nights, repeating every year. By the time you return to your village, you would have become someone so great that everyone there will prostrate before you. Boo, foo foo foo. Iko-sama, we're happy you are finally back. That's the first thing the village chief will say, right? Next will be your father. Iko, please get me the autograph of second Sama. Ka. Then, you'll wonder, where are the men of the other villages? Hey, are you blind? Look at your feet, Iko. From the moment you walked in, these men have been on their knees. Ka. Iko laughed quite loud. She began hitting her knees and holding her stomach. It's great that she cheered up. Weirdly enough, I also started laughing along with her. I can't even think of anything unpleasant. I'm just enjoying what's in front of my eyes right now. Just that. Thinking of something else was quite difficult. After laughing for a while, Iko spoke. Second, I'll go with you. And thus, the muscle monk demi-human Iko Limptfert joined our group. Chapter 19. Next Tame. The next day, together with Sylvia and Iko, I came to the headmaster's office. Since Iko will be quitting school, I'd like to ask for permission for her to join me as a companion in Class A. Please. After I asked for permission, Iko followed. The headmaster Paula was dumbfounded. I was conscious of the absurdity of my request, but I was also confident that it will be passed. Because of yesterday's mud-covered Deco incident, and since it was witnessed by many people. Could you give me a little bit of time? No problem. How long should I have to wait? I tried to apply some pressure, trying to show off my anger. I'll call for an emergency board meeting at noon. I'll have a resolution after that. Nice. There's a high chance my request will pass. I'll look forward the results. I'll be absent in the morning. Then, if you'll excuse me. With only those words, we left the headmaster's office. Section. Second Dono. Why did you act like that? Sylvia came asking me. We are foreign students. Moreover, nobility from a foreign country. An act of bullying came to light right in front of our eyes. Moreover, to a demi-human. I see. So Zipang is a country that treats demi-humans respectfully. They'll think of this as a burden. And even if that's not the case, they would leave a pretty bad impression. Furthermore, it'd be a very bad situation for the teachers to be told that they saw the bullying happen and decided to turn a blind eye. They would want to avoid me causing further trouble, so they will try to end this as quietly as possible. Therefore, my request should go through. Second, you're smart. Fufu. I'll be the top in the world after all. Section. I was overseeing Sylvia's magic studies in the library, and in the blink of an eye it turned noon. When I went to get some food at the cafeteria, Main approached after noticing me. Second San. I heard about it. So, you'll have Iko-san accompany you? Hey, why do you know about this? Does this school have no sense of confidentiality? That girl is an excellent healer. The school is short-sighted for not being able to see that. I was a bit pissed off and unintentionally said that. To which Main just answered with a ha ha ha. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I see you're the same as usual. I really like you. I knew you really. Second Dono. Sylvia poked with her elbow. What's wrong? I said, to which she answered with you were going to tell him he's gay, again, didn't you? And scolded me. Next to me gay. Iko repeated what she heard, but was soon scolded too with a stop hit from Sylvia. Somehow, she looks like a mother. Sylvia-san is the same as usual. Iko-san too. Looks like you are good friends, Main said while looking at us, although his smiling face had a shade of jealousy. Section. Oh, so you were here. When I finished eating my beef bowl, Kevin-san appeared. Yeah, so, how did it go? After I asked, Kevin-san answered while nodding. It passed without a problem. Iko-san will be treated as second Kun's companion, so she will join you from today onwards in Class A. I see, that's great. I answered with a smile, to which Kevin also returned a smile and left. Why do you want her to accompany you? Or why in Class A? He was sharp enough not to ask those kinds of questions. If asked, I was planning to ironically say so that she would not be bullied again. Second dono. By the way, why will Iko be in Class A? Ah, I forgot I had this mentally handicapped wannabe knight with me. Why? Iko also asked. I was at a loss about what to say. So that you won't be bullied again. Well, that's the easy answer, but that's not exactly it. At one point I thought this would serve as a revenge to those who had been bullying Iko for a while. On the flip side, having her come with me would also serve to show off how Iko would be such a useful girl. However, the person in question didn't like that idea. One single phrase, "Let's be together," that's all she wanted. Only that. Because you're our friend. So, after muttering that, I left my seat. Anyhow, it's library time. There's not much time left to study. I have to make sure Sylvia properly learns magic, and I also have to think of a way to get my hands on the third form grimoires. Well then, seems like it's gonna get busy. In order to cool off my slightly hot face, I briskly walked to the library section. Since then, a week has passed. Thanks to my detailed and easy explanation, Sylvia finally learned the fire attribute. Second form attack magic. When I said to Maine this girl finally learned it after a whole week, he responded with his sheer genius. Feeling surprised, it seems like the shortest it takes was 2 weeks. By the way, that record of the shortest time belonged to Maine. Feels like I'm surrounded by geniuses. Moreover, seems like Sylvia got the hang of it and went to tell the librarian. I feel like I'll be able to learn the third form. The head librarian Silk then came and said Sylvia-san has a wonderful talent. By all means, you can borrow it, and was given permission fairly easy. It made me want to argue about my treatment. Does that mean that they would not let those who can't learn it borrow it? Anyway, thanks to that I got a chance to learn it. I asked Sylvia, whom was loved by Silk, to borrow the 4 attributes while I looked by her side. The result was, I got to easily learn the third form of all 4 attributes. A piece of cake. Sylvia seemed to be working considerably hard too. She has been stuck in her desk, always saying just a little more, just a bit more, and confined herself in the library. Well, I've already taught Sylvia everything I needed to teach her, so I was quite free. In the courtyard Iko and 2 others were playing. One of them was Maine and the 3 of them were playing a simple game of catch ball. Maine seems to especially like chariotry and challenges me every time he can. During class, I took a piece of paper and wrote cotton and passed it to him. When he got it, he had a face that said I don't know and not fair, to which I just sneered and laughed. Maine puffed his cheeks and turned the other side, and when time for the next class came, I passed him a paper that had tambourine written on it. He acts like a somewhat cute guy. I sometimes get worried since he has a shortage of prince-like characteristics. In the break during classes, as I saw Maine reading something silently, I sneaked from behind and found him reading a dictionary. In particular, he was looking up words that began with N. It would be a shame if the next chariotry game I start with something like klutz. I wonder if he'll get depressed. Gosh, just what are you wasting your time at? Second prince section. And so, I'm spending my days chilling like that. At first glance it seems to be pointless, but I actually have a plan, and that is to get Maine to like me. It seems like that goal has already been achieved. Or rather, I think I accomplished it without actually doing anything, but I still think that it's still not enough. Why would I want to be liked by Maine? The reason is the 4th form grimoire, the 4th form that is in the royal castle. Maine certainly did say so. Among the upper-class dungeons, the easiest of them all is the dungeon Algan. The 4th form grimoire has a 10% chance to drop from the boss in that dungeon. I think for the current Sylvia, Iko and I, clearing the Algan dungeon would be a hard task. It's just that dungeon is a pain in the ass, so I'd rather skip it altogether. After having thought so, I decided on better trying to improve the relationship between Maine and me, to the point where he would take me to the royal castle if I ask him. Second, what's this? While I was lying down on the courtyard while thinking such things, Iko came holding a flower she picked up from somewhere and asked me about its contents. I noticed it later, but Iko seems to be bad at reading. Japanese that is, which is the common language of this world. She's not that good at it. Why? I was quick to come with an answer. In the time when Mobius was a game, aside from important NPCs, all other demi-human NPCs spoke in demi-human language. In other words, Ike had purposely learned Japanese before coming to this school. And surprisingly, it seems like she learned the attack magic second form while reading the grimoire and pulling out a dictionary. But she couldn't use that magic at all because her intelligence was low. She looks like an idiot, but this girl might actually be very smart. If we go to the church, we should be able to get the healing magic grimoire for small recovery. If she's able to learn it by herself, it might be good to take her there so she can learn it quick. Oh? No, with this silly face she's making and her mouth open, she doesn't look very smart at all. It might be a misunderstanding of mine. All right. Let me see it. Yes. When I said so, Ike handed me the flyer. Its contents were recruiting participants for the 51st Magic Tournament. It seems like it will be held in the stupidly large Royal Magic Academy. The date is the last day I'll be studying here. It seems there will be a magic tournament. Looks like it's some sort of annual event and the winner apparently gets some prize. Oh, what prize? Huh? Let's see. I doubted my eyes. The prize for the winner is set to be the Ring of Pursuit. Eco. I'm entering the magic tournament. I immediately made up my mind. Chapter 20 Magic Tournament, Ring of Pursuit. Contrary to its lame name, this is a very powerful accessory. Its effect after using an attack magic spell. There is a 10% chance an additional spell will be cast. Although it sounds simple, its benefits can be quite substantial. For example, let's say that you're in a situation where you have to use magic against a boss that has very high HP. If you need 1100 casts to defeat it, simply casting 1000 spells will have 10% of those be double attacks. In other words, you can defeat it 100 casts earlier. Some people might think it as it's not a big deal or that situation is rare, but that's not all there is to it. In fact, this accessory can be strengthened starting from grade 3. If I later become acquainted with someone possessing a high-rank blacksmith job, they could use performance enhancement, turning the Ring of Pursuit into something more monstrous. Specifically, after a grade 3 reinforcement, the chance of an additional attack rises from 10 to 25%. That is, 1 in every 4 spells. That means, for every 1000 shots you need to make, you only need to cast 800 of them. It's an outrageous effect. It makes me get goosebumps. But there's a reason why such a high-performance item is rare. Its price was a whopping 1.5 billion CL. It even came with 3 memory foam pillows. It was that expensive in the Mobius era. I'm not sure how much it would cost in this world. Section. I want it. I absolutely want to obtain it. No matter what kind of hand I have to play. With my mindset, I asked to participate in the magic tournament. Luckily, the tournament is held on the last day of my study abroad. I used to tell people that the grimoires were rare to me, so I might seem suspicious if they see me using the second and third form of spells. But if that comes to pass, I'll just do something about it then. I need to think of something. Or rather, I want the Ring of Pursuit even if they get suspicious of me. Section. Main. Are you going to enter the magic tournament? The day before the tournament, after hearing casual words at lunch, Main's expression hardened. Will you participate, Second San? Yeah, I will. Phew. By my side, Sylvia spat her drink out of her mouth in surprise. Why haven't I heard of this? Because I never said it. She is the same as always. It was a nice reaction this time though. Say Main, do you have something against participating in the magic tournament? I got curious and asked him that question. Afterwards, Main answered with a cloudy expression. Tomorrow, elder brother will be coming. The first prince? You don't like him? That's no it. It's just, I'm not very good dealing with. So, you don't like him? Elder brother has overwhelming talent. Because I only have talent for magic. My brother, who is good at swordsmanship, says that I'm a wimp and looks down on me. And even if I have no intentions of it, my brother sees me as an enemy in the fight for succession of the throne. He will come visiting tomorrow as the leader of the First Night Order. but I think his true purpose is to ridicule me in front of as many people as possible. Looks like he has a bad personality, that guy. However, so the first prince is the leader of the First Night Order, huh? When I glanced at Sylvia, she had a face as if she had bitten a sour bug. I see, I get it. Of those who used to trouble Sylvia, the upper echelons in the knights, the first prince is the very top of them. Can't you just skip attending the magic tournament? Impossible. I'm the second prince after all. I see. What about faking some temporary illness or something? Elder brother would probably say something like, that wimpy brother of mine is a coward that can't even present himself at the magic tournament, while attending the magic academy. If rumors that he is suspected of using his position as second prince to tamper with his grades and rank reach the first prince, and he censures him in return, Maine would have no place in the school. But then, if he faces his brother, he would be severely abused in front of the eyes of many. Being a prince is hard. I don't know what to say. Sorry. It's fine, second san. It can't be helped. Has Maine given up? He said this with an expression as if to admit defeat, not worrying about such a sad reality. Next to me Iko was happily eating rice. Her appearance was quite soothing. By the way, second dono. Ah, what is it? I've already learned the third form. 3 days ago. Seriously? 3 days ago? Why haven't I heard of this? Because I never said it. Damn, she got me back. Section. The day of the magic tournament, there were a lot of spectators on the grounds. After separating from Sylvia and Iko, I was in the participants' waiting room. There were a few other students participating, chatting and making a buzz between each other. About 10 people. But that ring that is the prize. What is it? I've never heard of it. Seems like, since last year was the 50th anniversary, they reduced the scale and the price this year. The number of participants decreased too, and there was a change in the rules. It's not what it used to be. Chances are high these students have a low level of skill, but even then, to not be able to know the true value of the Ring of Pursuit, even though they wish to be magicians. Certainly, the 10% effect of a base ring might not seem like much, but don't they know they can strengthen it? But it seems there's a rumor that Klaus Sama will be visiting this year. That's because of that, the A-class dude. Ah, I see. The second prince. I heard a rumor they have a very bad relationship. Why is that? Do you think he might want to beat him in an exhibition match? Ha ha ha. That would be nice. After that, they started to excitedly badmouth Maine. The person in question wasn't present, so they had free rein. Still, no matter where you go in this school, they all have the idea that first prince is better than the second prince totally engraved in their minds. Seems quite unnatural. I don't think this is Maine's fault, to be honest, and there's a big possibility that someone on the side of the first prince is manipulating that impression. Does he hate Maine so much? That guy called Klaus? Excuse me. Along with those words, an expressionless Maine opened the door of the waiting room. At that moment, the silence in the room returned. Well, that's to be expected. They can't keep their previous talk in these circumstances. Oh, are you seated? When he heard me calling up to him, Maine's face lit up with a smile and he ran up to me. Yeah, I'm in the quarterfinals. Seriously? Then, we'll see each other in the finals. Hee. Yeah, let's meet in the finals. The magic tournament is held like a traditional tournament. The number of participants is 15. Maine was on the far left and I on the far right. Then, if Maine wins twice and I win 3 times, we'll meet at the finals. I see. This is becoming interesting. However, there's one thing I still don't understand. That is, by the way, Maine, how do you fight in a magic tournament? With a loud noise, everyone dropped at the waiting room. You're participating without even knowing that? Sorry. Maybe it's that? You kill each other with magic? Not even close. Then, do you just kill each other normally? And the magic? Where is the magic? Is that so? Then I knew it. You kill each other with magic. No, we don't kill each other. First of all, forget about killing. You're not making any sense. What do you mean I'm not making sense? The up until now frozen atmosphere in the waiting room warmed up a little due to our back and forth. Maine also seems like he's a bit more relaxed now. Seriously, second san, you are? Maine then opened his mouth to give me an explanation, The magic tournament is done using a game crown. Therefore, it doesn't involve anyone's life. Game crown, a PvP, player versus player, item. Unlike the everything goes type of duel, it is an item for chickens who want to fight without risking anything after setting rules, such as item restrictions or skill restrictions, in advance. Speaking of why there is no risk, that is because all the games that use a game crown are virtualized. Your HP and MP, similarly to the damage inflicted, are also virtualized. Therefore, even if your HP becomes 0, after the game ends it is restored without problems. That's why it is for chickens. Still, some gamers fell in love with this type of game and played it with any and all variations of the rules, developing into an interesting game, different from the normal duel. You have to use attack magic. That is the rule this time. You understand? I was convinced by the words of Main. This is just a stupid game. 7th round. First year class A, second, against first year class F. Dean. I came out to the grounds after having my name called and found that Sylvia and Iko were in a position behind me. I waved at Iko, who was energetically waving her hands at me with a smile. Suddenly, those hands hit Sylvia in the nose, almost causing her to faint. Game crown, on, sounded the voice of the referee. As if following his instructions, a large circle with a radius of 50 meters appeared, wrapping Dean and I inside of the game field. If you leave it, you lose. Participants, get ready, begin. Immediately after the command, Dean began to cast. Judging from the color and shape of the magic circle that appeared on his feet, it was wind attribute magic of the second form. This guy is a fool. The first form is regular attack, the second form is an extended range attack, the third form is a strong single target attack, the fourth form is a strong extended range attack. The fifth form is an extremely powerful extended range attack. Their cast time becomes longer in this order: first, third, second, fourth, fifth. If you get attacked during the casting time, the spell will not be completed. Therefore, during games, using magic with such a long cast time as the second form makes little sense. This is common sense. Are you for real, Dean? Don't tell me you heard a rumor somewhere saying second can't use magic properly? I'm at a loss. To be looked down upon, me, the world's top, by this kid. His spell will be finished in 3 seconds, but I could settle this in an instant using just the first form. But that would be boring. I have to teach him not to insult the holiness of a duel. Prepare yourself. I advance 2 steps and shoot out the spell wind attribute. First form in front of me. Almost at the same time, Dean released his wind attribute. Second form spell. Magic of the same attribute has the property of disharmonize, and this is a simple defense technique that makes use of that. I received some damage. But since there's more than double the difference between the cast time of the first form and the second form, you can compensate for the rest and use it to your advantage. Dean was surprised. This is not what I heard. This guy can properly use magic. I wonder if he's thinking along those lines? The worst is, since he's daydreaming about what just happened, he hasn't even prepared his next move. Is this really the guy who dared to look down on me? Amazingly, my anger calmed down. You can choose to either die a man, or die while begging for your life. While I said those things, I began casting fire attribute. Third form, and by the time I finished speaking the cast was ready to activate. Its rank is grade 5. The cast time has been reduced by 2 levels and it has a 300% of intelligence converted into pure attack power. Comparing it to the 600% of the Rook archery at grade 9, the power seems to be considerably less. But it makes it up by having 20 skill types in magic compared to the 9 of archery, and it is easy to just raise the intelligence and get considerable firepower. IGGIF. I got dust in my eye. The moment Dean tried to utter a word of surrender, I slyly made a gesture and fired the third form spell. The fireball, so big that he had to look up, slowly approached Dean while making a thundering sound. And at that moment, Dean hadn't way to either defend nor dodge. After Dean was hit, he screamed as his HP was shaved off in an instant. Damn, its power was more than I expected. I intended to tease him and leave him with 10% of his HP. Winner. Second. After the game ended, The ground was restored as if nothing had happened. Seems like the specifications back from the game are the same in this world. When I glanced at Dean, his crotch region was wet. No matter how virtualized this might be, the physiological phenomenon of the real body isn't virtual. Or maybe he just couldn't hold it? Oh, I won. On my way back to the waiting room, I passed close to Sylvia and Eiko and we exchanged some words. Second, you're strong. Isn't that obvious? You funny girl. You went too far. Was that alright? Don't worry. I'll eventually be the #1 in the world. Anyway, this is our last day here. I'll make sure to obtain the winning prize. Get it? Just please don't go too much overboard. Please. I get it. I get it. What are you, my mother? Second, good luck. Yeah. I left the place while Sylvia's fainting figure repeated, "Mo mother?" And Eiko supported her from falling. After that, the second fight was finished without any issue. I moved up to the semi-finals, but there I found a strange opponent. Chapter 21, The Real Deal. Second round of the semi-finals. First year Class A, second against fourth year Class A, Keith. If I win this match, I'll fight against Main in the finals. The one who came out as my opponent was an expressionless man of the fourth year named Keith. Game crown on. Participants, get ready. Begin! Exclamation mark. As soon as the game began, Keith closed the gap between us. This guy seems to know the deal. When it becomes a game limited to magic, most of the time wins and losses are decided depending on which side takes the initiative. In that case, the smarter choice is to fight using mainly the fastest magic. The first form. I cast Wind attribute. First form while looking at the remaining distance between me and Keith. At the same time, Keith stopped his charge and he too began casting Wind attribute. First form. And just like that, a stalemate continued. You see this? This is what's called a threefold repetition. The Shogai term was adopted since, once you activate your magic, your opponent will also simultaneously activate theirs. Since they collide, they'll offset each other and return the fight to square one. This is one of the flaws of this game, and the reason why I concluded that this was a stupid game. I would like for you to lose here. I'll make sure you receive the appropriate compensation. And then, Keith started to speak to me. His was a quiet voice that wouldn't reach the audience seats. Why? I can't let you and Prince Main fight. That's why I asked. Why? I want Prince Main to be the winner, since the winner will get to have a friendly game against Klaus-sama. What's the deal with him? That's not the attitude to be asking someone for something. Why would you tell me that? You are not worthy. Please lose. Is it because I'll win against Main and the first prince? That's not it. There's a meaning in the game between Prince Main and Klaus-sama. In other words, you want to bring in politics and turn this into a cheap game. Am I right? This fight can't be settled otherwise. Looks like this guy called Keith is a lackey of Klaus, and was hired to make sure Main wins the final. He wants to beat Main in front of this audience in the friendly game. Seems like the rumor I heard in the waiting room was not baseless. I don't like this. What don't I like? Everything. I don't like the shallow underlying motive he gave me when asking me to give up. Did he really think it would go smoothly? Just as I refused, I activated a first form cast. It's pointless. Keith yells at the same as he activates fire attribute. First form to counter my fire attribute. First form. His counter ability is quite good. Certainly, this fight can't be settled as is. That is, if it does continue like this. Since this is a nice opportunity, let me teach you the real deal. Eh? You bastard. That is. Keith seems to have noticed. In my left hand was a long bow I had taken out from my inventory at the time of the previous offsetting. Why did I do such a thing in this game limited to magic? That's what he's most likely wondering. Anyway, it's too late now. Sylvia, look closely. When I said so, I made a combination of soldier archery and fire attribute first form and shot it to Keith. Magic archery. This is also probably magic. By the way, since in magic archery you shoot magic, it doesn't use arrows, a combination of archery and magic. The acquiring condition is while reducing their HP by 75% or more using archery skills, kill 1000 monsters using magic skills. It's a bit complicated, but as long as you know how to do it, It can be achieved. Keith had no choice but to deal with it using the fire attribute. First form he was preparing. However, since the power of soldier archery grade 7 was added, it was impossible to cancel it out using a mere first form spell. Keith was hit. Immediately after, he fixed his posture and moved backwards to take some distance. His moves were pretty good, but that decision was the worst. Taking distance from an opponent using archery seems like I need to remind him of common sense. This was his aim, right? The first princes! Exclamation mark. Keith had a surprised expression after hearing my words. Seems like I hit the mark. A game limited to magic. Obviously a stupid game. Because a stalemate can occur, that means Prince Klaus has some way of breaking it. If I remember correctly, Noir-san said he was good at swordsmanship. Then it's probably that. Magic swordsmanship. As long as he uses it, he can't lose to Main in this game. He will be able to win one-sidedly. Just like me here. What a shame. I'll have to make you know how foolish this was. I'll have to punish this despicable lackey of the first prince for trying to use this game as propaganda. While aiming with night archery, I increase its power by adding silver archery, and add the impact of earth attribute first form to it, a 3 skills combination. It would also help as a service to Sylvia, letting her know that she can do something like this with magic archery. Damn. Keith tried to evade my attack by turning tails. He looks like a panicked mouse. It's meaningless. While saying so, the magic archery was released. A heavy low sound reverberated. As soon as it landed on Keith's belly, the earth attribute magic exploded and the entire ground vibrated in its aftermath. Keith was blown out of the field, his HP dropping down to 0. This is my wrath. A warning not to look down on PvP games. If you don't wear down your nerves and put your life on the line, there's no way to be the top in PvP. If you're not that serious, it just looks like you're trolling. And even if the surroundings allow it, I will not. Winner, second. The game ended with the quiet voice of the referee. A second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds went by, then the venue was enveloped in a storm of cheers. Compared to the previous games, this surely was a lot more spectacular, an unprecedented climax. While feeling a lot better, I returned to the waiting room section. I'm very sorry, don't worry, there will have to be a change of plans, but I have found something good, Klaus said in a good mood to Keith, who was lowering his head. At the end of his gaze was the back of a handsome man, looking glorious as he was leaving the venue. Most likely, that second guy will be the champion. If I add him as my subordinate, that stupid little brother of mine will stand no chance. But that man is quite the tough opponent. Keith, do you think he'll be able to refuse my invitation? From the captain of the First Night Order? No, nothing like that. Haha, to think I would find a man able to handle composite magic while visiting the Magic Academy. Coming was the correct choice. He'll make a good pawn. While Klaus smiled with a relaxed face, Keith stared at him with an expression of anxiety, because he had faced against him. He knew Magic Archer second. Surely, he will do something outside their expectations. Chapter 22 A Promise with a Friend. Second San, you are very strong. At the final game, just before it started, Main began speaking. I guess. Sorry for hiding it. Are you angry? Not at all. I'm liking you more and more. You're a good person, Main. Then, next time take me to the royal palace. I'd like to read the fourth form. When I answered as so in a clear voice, Main smiled happily. Of course, but, in exchange, be my F. Participants, get ready, begin. The referee signaled the start of the game the moment Main tried to say something. The final game has begun! Exclamation mark. After having his conversation interrupted, Main switched gears immediately and cast Wind attribute. First form. Almost at the same time, I combined Soldier Archery and Water attribute. First form, and got it ready to activate. Like that, we were about to exchange shots. As is, the conclusion is settled, but that prediction was soon overturned. Main immediately cancelled his cast, and jumped directly into the magic I released. A large chunk of water hit Main. About 30% of Main's HP was being shaved off, but in spite of that, he started casting while taking damage. This guy, he managed to do forced casting. Indeed, If you are attacked while casting, the spell will be interrupted, but if the cast is performed while you receive an attack, it would not be interrupted. Main properly knew about that, as expected of the erudite prince, though I won't say it. What's more, that magic is wind attribute, third form. So, this guy had also learned it. TCH, I clicked my tongue. Then I too cast wind attribute, third form. My skill rank is higher than his. Therefore, my casting time is also shorter. As a result, my third form and Prince Main's third form were activated at the same time, and cancelled each other simultaneously. The simple difference in power was made clear. Main staggered back and landed on his buttocks. It is my defeat. He sadly laughed after saying that. A surrender declaration. Winner, second. The referee decision came soon. This is not good. Can't leave it like this. Hey, why are you laughing? After thinking thus, I confronted Main. I had to show it in my attitude. Before the game started, this guy was trying to say it. He's gloomy and bashful. A person that makes you laugh. But he grasped his fist tightly with his cheeks blushed. He was serious. I can't leave without showing him the answer. I have to properly point out the virtues of this guy who's too soft to do something and lets everything pass with it's fine. I came to think that he was of such forgiving mind. Well, second san, you're strong. No, if your third form was grade 5 or higher, I might have lost. It was a dangerous sight. I unconsciously looked down on you. There's no strength in that, but you are very strong. Right? That's not it. Aren't you bitter? You lost to an opponent that was looking down on you. Aren't you frustrated? No, not really. That is, don't deceive yourself. If you're not frustrated here, you'll stay the same for the rest of your life. Main turned silent. Suddenly, the sound of laughter and applause came closer. Incredible evaluation. Second Kun. It is as you say. My foolish brother lacks such spirit. I've always been telling him that. I knew it. He came with sharp eyes and long, golden hair dropping on his back. It was the first Prince Klaus. Just as Klaus looked at me, his mouth opened with a smile. I properly looked at your skills. You really have a good arm. I'll make a special exception. Learn commanding under my tutelage. Bustle. All the people around raised voices of surprise. To report directly to the first Prince Klaus would mean having secured an executive position in the First Night Order. And then, with the crowning of King Klaus, a bright future is ensured. An incredible deal. Even me understands it. The fact that I was sought in the presence of this public serves as a formal invitation from the leader of the First Night Order Klaus, and is proof that Prince Klaus has publicly acknowledged my ability. But, on the contrary, refusing this invitation is synonymous with declaring, in front of many people, that I'm turning First Prince Klaus into an enemy. This gives little reason to refuse. Everyone thinks so. This is what Klaus was aiming for, an invitation that no normal person would be able to refuse. Yes, a normal person don't want to. I answered with just that single phrase. What did you say? Klaus asked again. Do not want to. I repeated myself slowly this time. Main looked over here with a black face. It's okay. This was within my expectations. I knew that if it became a scenario where Klaus couldn't beat you because of me, he would try to come and recruit me. After all, isn't he at the top of the knights? Sorry to disappoint you, but the world's #1 isn't that naive. Klaus' face turned red in anger. I wonder if the expression fuming in anger meant something like this. However, I'm not angry at all. We're in the presence of the public. Getting angry just because your invitation was refused is not a royal-like attitude at all. Is that right? Klaus said with his face still red. Here's the time to use the wild card I had prepared. I already made a promise with Main before the game to visit the royal palace with him. Main's eyes opened in surprise. Right. This declaration can be taken with the meaning of I'm already under the umbrella of the second prince. I certainly made that promise a few minutes ago. Even the referee who was nearby can prove it. Is that so? Klaus looked towards Main and the referee, with a vein almost popping out from his forehead. Main nodded. The referee also nodded his head strongly. I see. There was already an agreement between me and the second prince. He was trying to invite to divide, or in other words, similar to recruiting an employee working for another company. That was a violation of manners. Therefore, he had no choice but to back down, and the situation had now reversed. What a shame. Well, let us keep doing our best in the future. Klaus' red face became an even darker tone. Second San. Blushing slightly, Main looked over here. This guy, seems like he already forgot the sermon I gave him. Well, let's continue the sermon. That's right. Do you want to play with me until you no longer feel frustrated? Please spare me. You know I can't win. Are you dumb? That's not what I meant. That's why people keep calling you weak and feeble. What a terrible thing to say. Second San, you really like to recklessly pick on me, right? You're almost like my brother. Don't pair me with the likes of him. It's because we're friends, idiot. Making a fist with my hand, I hit the top of Main's head. Although it was painful enough for tears to form at the edge of Main's eyes, he answered yes, with a smile. Section. Fuck that Main. While cursing his brother's name, Klaus went inside the school building and hurriedly headed towards the headmaster's office. That foolish little brother dared pull ahead of me. That was all it took to tear Klaus' pride to shreds. Paula Memento, are you there? Please calm down. Your Highness. Klaus. Shut up. Hand over all the information you have about that sickening person. Second, this very moment. Paula, the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy, sighed at the angry first prince, and then took out a bunch of papers out from a drawer in her desk. Hand it over. Klaus aggressively ripped the papers from Paula's hands and started to go through them on the spot. Is this all? What was written in there was trivial information about how Second had spent his time in the school. He's a person with a lot of mysteries. Also, about his island country Zipang. Nothing has come up about that place. Fuck. Klaus slammed the papers on the floor and left the headmaster's office. Good lord. I heard he was an easily upset person, but Paula was astounded as she gathered the papers scattered on the floor. Still, Second Kun. I'll have to look further into him. The black rim around the glasses on her face masked her suspicious expression. Idle talk. The daily life of the fan club. There is a certain organization called Second's Fan Club. It's a huge organization formed the very same day his short-term abroad studies started in the Royal Magic Academy. Saying there are 100 members would be an understatement, and among the members, 99% consists of female students. Their activities are only one. Watch Second attentively from a distance. Specifically speaking, report at the regular meetings each and every single movement from Second in the campus. Then get excited while coming up with all sorts of delusions, is their main activity. They never come close to Second, yet, they never remove their gaze from him. Yes, Second, no touch, that's their iron rule. By the way, the regular meetings are held every day after school in an empty classroom. The number of participants increases day by day. Just what on earth drives them that far? There are two reasons. The first and most important reason is the incredibly good looks of Second, his unusually well-proportionate face and flawless limbs that steal the eyes of the viewer. Not a small number of female students are captivated by him at first sight. His appearance is on a level where the members of the fan club can absorb themselves into it every day. And the second reason, that is, Second's character. At first glance, looking at Second makes you feel like there's a gap. And you can see a glimpse of his true character when he converses with an open-minded person. For example, he would sometimes speak or act boldly, then unexpectedly he would be a bit playful and mischievous, or he would make use of unforgiving brute force. There was always elegance in his acts, no matter if he looked cool, sexy or silly. Every time they caught a glimpse of one of Second's hidden characteristics, the girls of the fan club gathered and immersed themselves in their stories. Today, Second Sama was relaxing in the courtyard. Then Nico-san came and sat on his lap and got head patted. Ah, the Gapmo, how sacred, a scene to be painted and used to decorate this school. Section. Today Second Sama was making fun of Sylvia-san. For real? Ah, I want to be made fun of too. I know. Or rather, I would love if he could step on me. That would be a little not bad at all actually. Section. Today, Second Sama was playing Shirotri with Prince Main. Prince Main was trying to get serious while being led by the nose by second Sama. Second X Main. I could get addicted to that. Ha? Main times second is the best, a junior is the best sim. Isn't that supreme? No, no 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 no. To be sim you need to act all high and mighty, and we know who fills that role. Ha? Oh? You wanna go at it? This was the kind of conflicts that occasionally broke out. It was just the daily life of the fan club section. In addition, there is an elite team in the fan club called Analysis Team. Second finished his abroad study period, and had left the school for some time now. In front of the girls who were suffering from second withdrawal, the Analysis Team came out with something incredible. Limptfert Sans covered in mud case. Now that we have a rough overview of it, we will announce the results. In this meeting's time, the analysis team presented a report that had been independently investigated. Since it all relates to second, the members' interest was at full. While being called failure and incompetent, Iko-san was being bullied by many students, including the ones from first-year Class F. But according to the results of our investigations, we found out that the cause of her being covered in mud and lying on the road was due to the students of Class F. The classroom became noisy after hearing those words. There were different opinions, like as expected and unacceptable. It all began when a male student pressed chores on Iko-san. He used to push all sorts of chores onto her on a regular basis and enjoyed watching her being troubled. But this time, it seems like it was made more intentionally. What was that plan? The analysis group explained as they drew the events on the blackboard. Iko-san felt those chores were worth doing. Seems like her train of thought was that, if she couldn't use magic, she could at least be useful that way. Therefore, she diligently did those chores, but the male students didn't like it. On the blackboard, the picture of Iko carrying something in bag on a cart was drawn. What was inside was a lot of soil. And from the soil, an arrow extended. It pointed towards the drawing of a male student with a nasty-looking face. Iko-san, whom was not informed of the contents of the bag, carried it near the school gate. I think that since it was a chore assigned to her by her classmates, she was working hard in order to be useful. There, the fellow male student came and shot a water attribute first form magic towards the dirt. When the water hit the soil, mud splashed everywhere and Iko-san was bathed in it since she was at close distance. The classroom once again boiled with noise. It was because it had been a bullying more terrible than they thought. I think you have seen it while she'd been together with second Sama. But Iko-san is very clever. Perhaps she had already figured that the contents of the bag were dirt, and that they made her carry it in order to dirty her. Furthermore, nobody had asked her to do chores before in the first place. No one ever stood up for her, so maybe she had her own misconception that she would be recognized if she was to be useful, breaking the hopeless despair of her current situation since she couldn't just sit and protest. The air inside the classroom became heavy while everyone considered the analysis of the team. Everyone there thought poor girl. But it happened about 200 meters from the spot. It's a little washed away now, but a slight sign of bloodstains remains in that dead end. The flow of the conversation changed. Why is Iko-san so attached to second Sama? You all are aware that second Sama immediately rushed to that place, but what happened after that? We, the analysis team, have investigated that, and finally, the main subject, the air completely changed, and the classroom was enveloped in a strange odor. After finding Iko-san covered in mud, second Sama was trembling in anger and the most likely said, "Damn cat. Tell me who and where is the person who did this to you?" Then, when Iko-san kept silent, he replied, "Oh, do you think you're in a position to go against this great me?" and smacked the wall with his palm. Then, Iko-san pointed in the direction in which the boy from Class F had left, her eyes watery and cheeks dyed in red. "Good girl, now let's go." After saying that, second Sama held Iko-san without worrying about the mud and went chasing the boy, so fast that his black-blue hair beautifully fluttered in the wind. And that location is that dead-end alley, where only bloodstains remained. Every time second-like lines came out from the lips of the female student from the analysis team, the audience cheered and screamed in excitement. Seeing how you had the guts to bully her in front of me, I'll let you have the first move, said second Sama as he was drawing closer to the male student. The male student stepped back, but there was no escape. Perish. After second Sama spoke, the male student fell down, vomiting blood. But you said you would let me have the first move. And then he said, idiot, that was a lie. Yeah. The classroom was wrapped in cheers and applause. And this is how second Sama saved Iko-san, and the peaceful days returned to the school. And I got to confirm again that foreign students sure are amazing. This concluded the presentation. The girls in the fan club stood up and lavishly applauded as the analysis team was leaving the stage. I think I should refrain from entering. It was yet to be known that Prince Main, after seeing the scene and catching a glimpse of the activities of the fan club, had second thoughts on joining the club. Arc 3 Slave Arc, Chapter 23 Limptfert Dungeon. After receiving the winning prize, the Ring of Pursuit at the award ceremony, we left the Royal Magic Academy almost as if fleeing. As for the promise with Maine, I told him that I would visit the Royal Palace after I settled down. Curiously enough, I didn't receive any inquiries from Noir-san or the Knights. Neither was I questioned by the headmaster Paulin or the head librarian Silk. Maybe since I pretty much became a magician under the second prince, they are unlikely to bring out those things that made me look suspicious. And thus, my plan to acquire magic finally succeeded. It's fine to learn the fourth form and the fifth form in the distant future. Section. Well then, my friends, let me announce our immediate goals. Sylvia and Iko straightened their postures after hearing me talk. They had a feeling of it's finally starting. I've acquired archery, swordsmanship and magic without a hitch. Next, I want to acquire summoning magic. For the time being, let's earn experience in a dungeon. In particular, let's keep clearing it until Iko grows to an intermediate level. I think that raising the levels of the skills we've recently acquired should be the first priority. Therefore, we will be doing dungeon laps for a while starting today. I also want to practice collaboration between us three, since it's important that Sylvia and Iko grow stronger and can cooperate. Besides, it's also fun while aiming for the reward from clearing it. Again, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Are we going to the Reus dungeon again? Not the Reus one. This time we're going to another intermediate dungeon called Limptfert. Well, if it's intermediate. Oh, Iko has just been repeating what we say. I wonder if that's all right. It should be fine, right? In the Limptfert dungeon, it's more likely to find monsters alone. Their defense is high, but they have low attack power. It should serve as a good 1v1 practice. Also, we can get a nice drop from the dungeon boss. The rock turtle drops the shell rock shield. Just the right equipment for Iko. I see. Wait. A shield you say? A shield for Iko. Iko is suitable to be the frontliner and defend us from the monster's attacks, so let's raise her shieldmanship starting today. Okay, got it. Wait. Second dono. There will be times when the damage can go through even with the shield. For those cases, let's have you learn healing magic too. Okay. Hey, do you want such a young girl to stand at the very front? Don't worry. She will become a proper vanguard before long. That's not it. Why would I be worried about that? I went to the weapon and armor store along with the annoying and noisy Sylvia and the obedient Iko. There, I bought a large shield. Its height as tall as Iko, without delay. Since there was no armor that suited the body of Iko, I also bought a set of luxury leather equipment. The full set was 4 million CL, more expensive than my whole equipment. The shopkeeper uncle had a beaming smile on his face. After that, we went to the Kumakit and made her learn 2 skills, soldier shieldmanship and lance shieldmanship. Iko was able to properly acquire the skills after around 30 minutes of reading the books while using a dictionary. I knew it. This girl might actually be quite excellent. From there we headed to the Church of Camel, and I noticed Sylvia had been quiet. When I asked her if she was now convinced about the position of Iko, it seemed like she was quiet because we were in a library and a church. Will she be annoying again after leaving the church? All right, Iko. Let's have them show you the grimoire for healing magic. Is that okay? Don't worry, after asking a sister, I'm sure she would show it to you. We enter the church from the front and tell a sister about our purpose. The sister easily agreed, and she immediately brought the grimoire for healing magic small recovery. After Iko received the grimoire, she began reading it with a dictionary in the other hand. I was a bit uneasy since the situation wasn't looking very good, but I learned it. Second, thanks. I was able to learn it. After spending less than 20 minutes reading the grimoire, Iko said that and came hugging me. She's loud even though this is a church. She showed her feelings straight out without caring for the public eye. Sylvia said nicely done, and rejoiced as if this had been her achievement. While patting Iko's head, I directed a troubled smile in apologies towards the sister. The sister only replied with a smile as if seeing something pleasing. Okay, shall we go then? Our goal had been achieved. There's no need to be in the church anymore. Wait, hold on. Are we just leaving like this? Let's at least pray. There it is again, Sylvia's mother sighed. Ha ha. When I walked to the front of the god Kamel's statue while sighing, Ika followed after me, imitating me. I guess it can't be helped. When I said so, Sylvia turned towards me and Ika with a questioning look. Then we prayed together while lowering our heads. Section 4 hours away from the kingdom's capital. This is the agricultural town Piho, which is 30 minutes away from the Limptfert dungeon. To think it would take so long to travel here without using a flying dragon, but now that I think of it, since coming to this world, I don't remember seeing people moving by flying dragon in the first place. Seems like it won't be that easy to tame a flying dragon to move with. By the way, I bought a horse for Iko. Its name is Leaf Impact. It's quite fast. Suddenly, wondering what Sylvia's horse's name was, I asked her and she answered White Silver proudly. White Silver, she says. No matter where you look, her horse is brown. I really don't get Sylvia's sense. Anyway, after arriving at the town of Piho and setting up base at an inn, we started to roam the Limptfert dungeon immediately the following day. For the first 2 to 3 laps, we proceeded in a relaxed manner while prioritizing the acquisition of Iko's shieldmanship skills. From shieldmanship I only want her to learn 6 skills, in addition to the basics soldier shieldmanship and lance shieldmanship. There is knight shieldmanship, gold shieldmanship, bishop shieldmanship, and dragon horse shieldmanship. The other ones are attacking skills with shields, so these 6 skills are enough. For defense, Iko easily acquired everything except the bishop shieldmanship and dragon horse shieldmanship. Each of their effects are soldier shieldmanship normal defense, lance shieldmanship piercing deflection, knight shieldmanship defense plus knockback, and gold shieldmanship range guided defense plus knockback. Among them, gold shieldmanship is an easy-to-use skill that can be said to be the cornerstone of shieldmanship. Range-guided defense refers to automatically leading an attack that has entered a certain range into striking your shield instead of the intended target. It was often called suction or dien. Besides, it will even knock it back, so you can see the strength of this skill. Section. A few days passed, and at around lap 10, Iko began to stand out as a proper muscle monk. Hey, Iko. Are you okay? A loud bang sounds. It was the attack of an armored lizard, a particularly powerful monster even inside the Limptfert dungeon, scoring a critical hit on the shield-wielding Iko. When Sylvia flashily rushed towards her in worry, Iko just turned towards her and asked, is something wrong? In an unconcerned voice. Said Sylvia confused. No way. To be able to receive such a critical attack from an armored lizard is what Sylvia is probably thinking, but indeed, it looks like thanks to the shieldmanship, my HP and vitality have risen considerably. Is that so? Iko's HP hasn't even been reduced by 5%. Up we go. Iko stood up and activated small recovery on herself, recovering her missing HP. She has been growing steadily in her role as a tank. It should be time to get bishop shieldmanship, I muttered while looking at the deepest part of the dungeon, to aim at the boss. Section. Listen Iko, activate your skills to match my voice as you defend. It should take roughly 15 minutes without breaks, but if you make a mistake, it's starting from the beginning again. Can you do it? I give her some instructions before confronting the rock turtle. Yep, I can. Iko nodded with an unusually serious expression and then closed her mouth. Let's go. With my voice as the trigger, she rushed in front of the rock turtle. So far, we've defeated the rock turtle around 10 times. Up until now, Sylvia and I have been attacking it with archery from the back while Eiko defends at the front, but this time is different. The condition for acquiring bishop shieldmanship is, use shieldmanship to completely defend the attacks of a boss stronger than you 100 times in a row. The only bottleneck is the completely part. That means you must not receive damage. Therefore, the defense methods are limited. You can either deflect the long-range penetrating attacks with lance shieldmanship, or use knight shieldmanship or gold shieldmanship to parry while knocking back. Parry is a phenomenon that is triggered when you defend in time in accordance with the attack of the enemy. You get the additional effect of no damage received plus weak knockback. By the way, if you were to parry with soldier shieldmanship, since the knockback is weak, you have no respite until the follow-up attack comes and you have to defend immediately, greatly increasing the probability of receiving damage. If that happens, it's no longer a rhythm game. It's hard until you get used to it, but once you master the timings, you'll always be able to defend with parry, making it possible to fight in a very advantageous way. This time, one of the aims is to have her practice the timing while at the same time fulfilling the condition to acquire bishop shieldmanship. Knight Gold, Knight Lance. I perfectly gave out instructions. Eiko too was quite sharp as she followed them spot on. Although the rock turtle is relatively slow and so are its attacks, it is difficult to grasp the timings for parry at first glance. This boss was the reason why I chose the Limptfert dungeon, but it seems more difficult than I thought. Eiko failed the parry and received the attack. That right now was a little late. Can you do it again? I can. Eiko nodded strongly. She used small recovery twice and headed back. Then, about an hour later, while continuing to confront the rock turtle, Eiko finally learned bishop shieldmanship. Chapter 24 A Shield and a Magic Bow. Well then, Sylvia, don't you think it's about time that you learn magic archery? It's the day after Eiko learned bishop shieldmanship. I visited Sylvia and Eiko's room in the morning and asked her, of course, if I can, I want to learn it. You can learn it, all right. Let's have you learn magic archery starting today. Along with a happy is that so? Sylvia began to hurriedly prepare. And me? And me? Eiko looked happy, as if she was having fun every day. She often asked, what will we do today? Or what will we do tomorrow? And when I answered with something she'd go kai-ah and cheerfully jump around. She's supposed to be a cat demi-human, but from the way she acts she seems more like a dog. Today, for Eiko, we'll go to the dungeon to check the limitations of bishop shieldmanship and defeat the rock turtle, while aiming for the shell rock shield. Kai-ah. The same response as usual, but Eiko is happy after all. So, I think this is all right, let's go. After buying breakfast at a street stall, we took the road to the now familiar Limptfert dungeon section. Well, let's first have you meet the requirements to combine magic and archery. I got it. The condition is while reducing their HP by 75% or more using archery skills, kill 1000 monsters using magic skills. Sylvia should have made some progress while we earned experience in the slime forest, so it should be finished after completely clearing one dungeon. Eiko, try using bishop shieldmanship. You'll be surprised. Yes. I gave instructions to Eiko as she was about to receive a hit of the first monster. Eiko then activated bishop shieldmanship against the incoming armored lizard. Along with a gakin sound, the armored lizard's attack was repelled. Eiko remained unflinching. The amount of damage she received was a surprising 4. Sylvia was surprised. Eiko too voiced no, loudly. The effect of bishop shieldmanship is reinforced defense. The defense is done by temporarily magnifying your own vitality while defending. At grade 9, it can protect with a vitality raised to 600%. For a high vitality character, it's a powerful skill that makes even a boss attack as effective as a mosquito bite. It's a very strong skill, but it also consumes a considerable amount of SP, so it can't be used often. Rank it up to the 5th class for the time being. This is a must. After that, go for the 1st class, then the grade 6. At the 5th class, the cooldown time is reduced and the activation time is shortened. The cooldown time decreases further at the first class, and at grade 6, it provides an increase in vitality of 500%, which should be a sufficient protection. By the way, this skill also strengthens magic resistance. With the same magnification. This is a very useful skill since, as you advance and become stronger, the instances where you must face magic increases. While I was thinking that, Iko suddenly burst into tears. What happened? When she heard me, Iko muttered amazing. And, becoming useful while still shedding tears. I wonder if Iko was touched by understanding the great utility of bishop shieldmanship. It is a mystery, but for now I just comforted Iko, telling her it was okay, and after waiting for her to settle down, we went ahead. I learned it. Near the end of the dungeon, Sylvia reported this gleefully to me. Nice. Let's test it. Sylvia placed an arrow in and pulled the string of the bow of the blazing wolf, then added soldier archery and fire attribute. First form. Here I go. Alongside that voice, she shot. The arrow flew together with the sound of flames and it hit the chest of a monster. Spreading in an instant, the flames burned the whole body of the monster. Sylvia's soldier archery is at grade 5 and her fire attribute first form is at grade 3. It wasn't a critical hit, and the damage dealt to the monster was 581. Well, that's pretty much okay for a novice magic archer. Next, try using the third form. Sylvia went and prepared the skills in the same way as before. In the center of the bow, a small ball of condensed fire swirled almost as if it were a small sun, its colors mixing between red and black. It somehow looks dangerous. I wonder if I'll be okay. Sylvia, who saw the scene, had a look that expressed those words. I simply said just try it. And Sylvia shot immediately after. Whoa! Dokken. With the added third form, it roared and caused a shockwave as it impacted like a cannonball on the monster. In that moment, the fireball, which was as small as a ping-pong ball, swelled to about 3 times the size of the monster's body and exploded. The fire attribute third form's rank was 9th class, non-critical. The damage was 1612, barely within the practical use limit. By changing the soldier archery to silver or rook, and raising the rank of the third form, it can become the main skill for a rearguard. I really want her to do her best. By the way, my rook archery at grade 9 without a critical hit, deals roughly 6,200 damage to the same monster. Rook swordsmanship at grade 6 is around 5,000. This much firepower is more than enough here in the Limptfert dungeon. Sylvia. Amazing. Why yeah, it is amazing. The person in question just stood in daze, lost in thought after using magic archery for the first time. Thus, Sylvia took her first step at becoming a magic archer. I want to do it. That same day's night, it became absolutely unbearable to me, so I approached Sylvia and confessed. Sylvia replied, her face red as a tomato. I want to do it, Sylvia. I can't bear it any longer. I can't. Wait. Isn't it still too early? That is more for after we deepen our relationship, isn't it? I can't bear it any longer. I want to strengthen it already. Ouch. I was hit. Even though I finally got this ring of pursuit, I have no way to strengthen it. Oh, I see. Yes, whatever. She got quite mad. Can't she take a little joke? Sorry, but still, this is also related to your bow of the blazing wolf. Oh. She bought it. Iko, you too, you'll eventually get the Shellrock shield. ZZZ. She's already sleeping. Anyway, listen here. It's important to strengthen your equipment. How much damage are you getting out of rook archery right now? Roughly around 3,000. If you strengthen the bow of the blazing wolf to the final stage, that alone will make it do 12,000. Far? Sylvia made a strange voice out of surprise. Seems like she at least understood how much the equipment needs to be strengthened. Of the 3,000 it's doing now, it'll do 12,000. That is 4 times more. Oh, okay. So strengthening it can do so much for it. It is indeed important. Sylvia nodded, convinced. But speaking of strengthening. Oh, did she notice it? Yeah. We need a blacksmith. What are you going to do? I can think of 4 plans. I spoke one by one of the ideas I was thinking. Number 1, the 3 of us form a team and join the Adventurers Guild. Then, we recruit one in there. That would make it easier for us to recruit team members instead of having to reach for them individually. However, I don't know how long it will take until we meet a good blacksmith, and there is no guarantee that a reliable and trusted one will appear. That seems to be quite difficult. In addition, I was recommended by the Third Night Order to enter the Adventurers Guild in the past, but I turned it down. It might become difficult to enter now because of that. It might not even be a good idea. Number 2, find someone who has the aptitude to become a good blacksmith and invite them. That also seems like it would take some time. If we are lucky enough to find one, there are many advantages such as learning and growing as a blacksmith from scratch, but the chance of meeting such a person is probably about 1 in a million. Moreover, going around town asking people please show me your status will surely make me be in debt to the Third Night Order. This is a world where I might get reported just for talking to someone with a "today sure is a nice day." I need to be careful and not offend someone no matter how good I look. Number 3, recruit an active blacksmith. Isn't that the most realistic? But yeah, we can't expect much. Blacksmithing is a useful job. It might be impossible to ask someone to come with us, an unknown team, and abandon the workplace they've worked at so far. Conversely, blacksmiths who don't have a workplace could be easily recruited, but such blacksmiths must have some fails. After all, it's not the people we are seeking. Then, number 4. This is likely the winner. Is it something good? Beforehand I said there is no other way. It can't be helped, and promise you won't get angry. In order to prepare her. Buy a slave. Chapter 25, Searching for a blacksmith. Let's buy a slave. As soon as I said so, I closed my eyes and prepared for the snapback. Sylvia's idiot. Specifically. That's because I knew it would come. But Sylvia's response was contrary to what I expected. Fumu. I see. Slave, huh? That's certainly easy to find. Ah, you're not getting angry? Why would I? You'll look for a slave with an aptitude for blacksmithing, right? That's a great idea. If we go to the slave market, there would be no problem in looking at their status. Oh, she let it pass. We're talking about her, the female knight's armor. I was sure she would blush and yell something at me like, have you no shame? I'm sure you'll make excessive demands to the slave. Like a perverted person. I wondered what kind of scolding I would get, but it seems that's not the case. All right. Then, let's go back to the kingdom's capital and visit the slave dealer tomorrow. Understood. Second dono. It might be better if you wore those clothes. Those rare clothes, huh? Certainly. Those make me look like someone rich, and I will probably get a better service. I guess you're right. Got it. I'll prepare. Section. Next morning, we temporarily left the town of Piho and returned to the capital. Our destination is Morris, the largest slave company in the capital. Welcome dear customers. My name is Philip and I'm this company's president. We were guided to the reception room located at the back of the store, where a plump and smiling old man waited for us. Seems like he's the most important person in this neighborhood. After all, the way he is dressed screams power. It really stood out, and with a single glance I could tell. I'm looking for a blacksmith slave. Could I look at them and examine their status? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Let's not waste any time then. After Philip gave her some instructions, a woman who appeared to be his secretary left the room quietly. Less than 10 minutes had passed when she came back in with 15 slaves wearing collars. So, this is why. In that moment I understood completely the reason why Sylvia didn't get angry earlier. The slaves standing in front of me, all of them, were incredibly muscular, bearded old men. I see. I suppose it makes sense. It was me who was under the wrong impression. That's to be expected when talking about a blacksmith. No, actually, this would be expected when speaking of slaves, for them to be men. Is there any slave that's to your liking? Give me a moment. While being discouraged by the shock of seeing nothing but old men, I went through them and had each of the 15 people show me their status. The main stats I want for a blacksmith are strength and dexterity, then luck, and if they have good intelligence that's a plus. And since I'm looking for a blacksmith to strengthen my weapons as I aim at becoming the world's top, all of them must be excellent, not good. None of them will do. Among the old men there were none who seemed to be an excellent blacksmith. After hearing my words, the old men had a deeply disappointed look on their faces. Is that so? I am very sorry. In that case, would you like to take a look at a crime slave we recently acquired in our store? Crime slave? I'm not sure what the difference between them and the regular slaves is. Well, whatever. It's okay as long as I find a good blacksmith. All right, show them to me right away. However, since he is a crime slave, I cannot bring him here. You'll need to come to the slaves' cells in the back. Is that so? Then, Sylvia and Iko, you two wait here. After saying so, I followed after Philip. The slave cells in the Morris Slave Company were like a prison. The room was big, clean and visibly well managed. Seems like the money circulated quite well in the Morris Company. The slaves seem to be living a reasonably decent life. Even if they don't go out, the number of people who have a look of despair can be counted on a single hand. From here on, they are all criminal slaves. There are 33 people here, but only one of them is a blacksmith. Lead the way. Yes, right this way. Philip went down the hallway and stopped in the room before the last. Perhaps because it's a room for crime slaves, its construction is quite tough. When I opened the small window, I could see the inside through some iron bars. Over there was an old man too. Not good either. After taking a look at his stats, I shook my head. This old man doesn't have the aptitude to become an excellent blacksmith. Is that so? I am sorry we couldn't meet your expectations. Philip lowered his head. Just as I was saying don't worry about it, I became somewhat interested in the room at the back. That room is very solid. What kind of guy do you keep in there? Ah, you mean over there? Saying well, at least as an apology, Philip opened the reinforced double window of the innermost room with a key and showed me inside. She is an assassin who had been serving the Duchess that was executed the other day. Since she was made to assassinate, due to being bound to it by the slave contract, it was ruled that she was not guilty. So after avoiding execution, she was brought to our company. Assassin? I took a look inside. Brown skin, long hair with the color of white and purple. Sharp Sanpaku eyes, ample chest, an actress-type waist and tight legs. Without changing her cold expression, she only moved her pupils and stared back at me who was looking at her from the window. Over there was a dark elf. Yeah, she's a skilled woman. However, since the Castle Kingdom has instructed to add unable to attack to the contract, the only uses for her would be a sex slave or a housekeeper. But given that she's a dark elf, it has proven difficult to find a buyer here, so we're having trouble dealing with her. Unable to attack. Does that mean she can't attack? Still, why can't he find a buyer for a dark elf? I wonder why. I'm pretty sure plenty of people would want to get their hands on such a beautiful woman. Regulations and restrictions. I'm really troubled by all that crap. Philip said along with a troubled laugh. Ah, I get it. A while ago, Sylvia was saying something about some deep-rooted discrimination and persecution against demi-humans and dark elves. Has the Castle Kingdom enacted some regulatory laws as countermeasure? In other words, the current trend in the kingdom is that, let alone treating a dark elf as a sex slave, even having one as a simple slave is frowned upon. Let me see your status. Since I already went to the trouble of having her shown to me, I decided to ask. Although reluctantly, she obeyed. First of all, her very high dexterity was quite noticeable. Then, her strength and intelligence are also quite high. The set status of the Dark Elven race makes them good at magic and combat. Still, I wonder why. Her luck and agility are also quite high. What about your skills? Dagger arts, archery, magic, thread manipulation, assassination. And so she muttered. It was a clear voice that made you feel chills down your spine. All right. With this I'm convinced. The unusually high dexterity was because in addition to archery, she also raised thread manipulation. The reason her agility is also high is because of her raising her assassination. Or in other words, chances her growth type is blacksmith master are incredibly high. Which means, it's a bit troublesome that she can't attack. But as long as she can focus on blacksmith it's alright. It would be like having a maid taking care and supporting us in things other than combat. All right. Having made up my mind, I opened my mouth. How much is she? Chapter 26 Yukari's Origins. I decided on the spot to buy the Dark Elf Crime Slave. The price was 16 million CL. To have an excellent future blacksmith master at this joke of a price, this world is beyond saving. Then, I will start with the slave contract. Saying that, Philip took out a piece of paper. It was a contract used for slavery magic. I've seen it before in Mobius. It's used for master-slave contracts by the force of slavery magic. It makes the slave unable to take any action contrary to what's indicated in the contract. It's not a problem of whether the contract could be broken or not, since there's this mysterious compelling force that makes it unable to be broken. Well, the truth is, there are many tricks to breaking it without penalty. By the way, slavery magic was a unique skill specific to certain NPCs that appeared several times in Mobius, but lacked usefulness as the story progressed. Of course, that NPC was not Philip, and players weren't able to learn it. In other words, there's a new and unknown set of conditions for acquiring NPC's specific skills, meaning that there are multiple people who can use NPC's specific skills. Are these contents all right for the contract? Oops, I almost didn't read it. Let's see. The following contract is made between the master and the slave, hereafter referred to as A and B respectively. Number 1. It is the obligation of A to provide B with the appropriate clothing, food and shelter so that it does not harm their dignity and life as a person. Oh, I see. I just gave it a quick read, but in short, the master must treat the slaves humanely and the slaves must be obedient to the master. Quite the decent content. There's only one point of concern, and that is this last item added. Number 19, B cannot take any action that results in harm against another person. Geez, that's quite tough. It's true that she might be a former assassin, but if she was to be attacked by someone, she won't be able to even defend herself. I've got no words. Is there nothing you can do about this? No, that was an order from the country, so Philip answered while having a bitter look. Well, it can't be helped. Then, the contents of the contract are fine as they are. Understood. Since it's limited to persons, earning experience by attacking monsters should pose no problem. She should be able to attack them. While reluctantly consenting, I signed the contract. The Dark Elf slave also signed it. After Philip confirmed it, he activated the slavery magic. I felt something invisible between me and the Dark Elf being connected. Quite a new feeling, I must say. Her eyebrows also twitched slightly. With this, the slavery contract has been completed. Thank you for your purchase, Second Sama. I look forward to seeing you again here in the Morris Company. The contract ended easily and without problems. After being freed from her chains, the Dark Elf simply stood silently behind me. I wonder why. This feels terribly awkward. What's your name? None. Is that so? Well, None. Let's return to the drawing room. I meant I don't have a name. Seems like she didn't understand it as a joke. On the contrary, this Dark Elf has a look of disgust. She sure has guts for being just a slave. Still, no name, huh? What kind of life had she lived? I was kidding. But in that case, it will be hard to call for you. May I give you a name? It doesn't matter. A name. Dark Elf. Brown skin, nice body. Purple hair, purple colored, purple. Violet. Murasaki, purple. Yukari, purple. Folding my arms, I kept thinking for about 5 minutes and then decided on her name. How does Yukari sound? After hearing me, she just opened her eyes slightly more and looked at me. Understood. My name is Yukari. Thank you very much, Master. Yukari made a beautiful bow. It was such a beautiful movement that I almost bowed back involuntarily. It's second. I'll introduce my companions later. Understood. Even though I was slightly shaken by receiving the word master, I turned my back to Yukari so that she didn't notice it and hurried back to where Sylvia and Iko were waiting. Yukari came quietly, following behind me. I guess I should say, as expected of a former assassin. I can't even hear her footsteps. I'm back. Oh, second dono. Did you find a good blacksmith? After returning to the reception, Sylvia said so as she greeted me back. but her words stopped the moment her eyes matched Yukari. Second dono. Can it be that this beautiful dark elf lady is? Yeah. She's Yukari. From today, I'll develop her as a blacksmith master. Oh. Sylvia collapsed on the spot. I never expected a woman blacksmith. Why didn't I consider that possibility? And what's more, they are huge. Those were some of her mumbles I somewhat managed to hear. I'm Iko. Yukari, best regards. I'll be in your care, Iko-sama. It's not Iko-sama, you know? It's just Iko. I'll be in your care, Iko-san. It's not Iko-san, you know? It's just Iko. Iko, I'll be in your care. Yes, looks like her e-communication skills are quite amazing. However, Yukari is also amazing by remaining composed and not changing her expression while having that exchange. That there is Sylvia. She's a great magic archer. I began with the introductions. Yukari asked magic archer while tilting her head, to which I just answered, you'll see in time. Then, after buying Yukari's horse and clothes, let's go back to the town of Biho. Then, we'll have a meeting about the future plans. And along with my voice, we left the Morris Company. Thus, the future blacksmith master Yukari joined our group section. At first, I thought she was just nervous, but it was different. On our way to the town of Piho, I tried to talk about various subjects in order to deepen my friendship with Yukari. Nothing I said ever worked. No matter what I said to her, Yukari remained expressionless and answered with a plain and businesslike voice. Not only with me, it was also the same when she talked to Sylvia and Iko. Is she trying to kill her own feelings? I don't know her origins. It was only at the nun-joke I did that she showed some sort of emotion. That look of disgust in this half a day we've been together, that has been the only time I felt an emotion from her. In the first place, I've never been really good at communicating, so I'm already at my limit. She might be a slave, but still, she is a new companion. If possible, I'd like for us to get along. If we don't have a good relationship, she might go away later when she becomes an excellent blacksmith master. I wonder what I should do? I kept thinking. Then, in the end, all I could think of was this. Let's hear it straight from the person herself. Section. Yukari, can you tell me about your past? As soon as we arrived at the inn, I called Yukari to my room. Is that an order? Yukari answered my question with a really cold voice. Her eyes were shaking slightly. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Then, allow me to remain silent. I was refused. Flatly rejected. Still, I pretended to be calm and said, is that so? In 15 minutes we're having dinner. You can go back to the next room. She then left and returned to her room. It was really a short conversation. Section. Fu, fu fa fa fu. Oops, I accidentally leaked a smile. Still, I didn't think I would get such a nice harvest. Due to my straight-up out-of-nowhere question, Yukari showed the most emotion to date. That was, unrest, a bold front, guilt, and fear. There is something in her past. That's why she doesn't speak much and acts like a mild slave. And what's more, she's scared of that past of hers coming to light. As for the reason for hiding that past, it is probably related to the time she was acting as an assassin. But that I already know. She should also know that I know. Then why hide it? Why is she scared? Why is she acting? Ah, I see. I unexpectedly recalled about the time when I was the top in the world. 7. What do you do for a living? When I heard that question, I remembered having a similar feeling to how Yukari acted earlier. I didn't want to tell the truth. Therefore, all I could do was lie. I always answered with realist hate when they asked me. Why was I hiding it? Because if not, the delicate relationship we had would break. If they knew that I was unemployed, they would always see me with scorn in their eyes. I was scared of that. Therefore, I always kept my distance with others. I was always acting. My act of since I have the money and the time, I decided to have fun and become the top in the world. Yukari's reason probably isn't so light. However, there are parts in her that are similar to me. Especially that part that looks away from the reality. There's no way I'll get accepted after revealing the truth. She should be thinking along those lines. Betting your life in an online game, you say? That is amazing. I gave up thinking someone who would say stuff like that existed. That being the case, what should I do to have her come out? Convince her and then make her think if it's these people. They will definitely accept the past me. That will be hard, quite hard, but it's worth a shot. All right. Along with a shout to motivate me, I stood up. In any case, right now is dinner time. End of Volume 1.